Chapter 1676. What is fate? It was a clear sky with no clouds anywhere. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people moving here and there. 6 years had passed since the city lord's son, Hong Ting, was born. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City enjoyed a peaceful time with no calamities. Its size continued to expand unceasingly. Already surpassing the original size by over 10 times, it had become the #1 human city in the surrounding plains. Chirp, chirp. A group of spiritual sparrows flew over from somewhere. Their whole bodies shined with golden light and were flying like they were dancing. They displayed extraordinary liveliness until they arrived at the top of the city lord's manor when suddenly, they imploded one after the other, bursting into specks of golden lights that sprinkled down. Inside the city lord's manor, Hong Ting was currently brandishing a short decorative sword. He was moving some ornamental mounds back and forth while skillfully swinging his sword. In an instant, Hong Ting's figure disappeared. Sword lights formed into spheres which shined brightly everywhere. Great! Amazing! Young master truly has unrivaled talents. He has completely perfected this sword technique after just learning it for 3 months. Such a density of sword lights is simply unbelievable. The surrounding guards praised with sincerity from the depths of their hearts. City Lord Hong Zhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was very proud of his son. As for the feeling of surprise, he had lost it a long time ago. Over these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had changed his view and understanding multiple times. He now knew how shallow his comprehension of the word genius was. Because of the endless surprises throughout these years, Hong Zhu had already become numb to them long ago. Now, everything involving his son was natural and a matter of fact. Clang! Right at this time, a crisp sound echoed. Silver sword lights suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared once again. His short decorative sword had slashed apart a boulder. Cheers and praises immediately resounded. Father, I feel like this sword technique has not reached its limit. There is room for improvement. Hong Ting walked out from the group of ornamental mounts and said with a smile. Hong Zhu laughed heartily. This sword technique belongs to the secret manual of a famous sword cultivator, Zhao Sensi. I used a lot of treasures to exchange for it. You have only practiced for 3 months and already feel that it is not good enough. Hong Ting blinked with acute slyness in his eyes. Father, I only said that out of momentary inspiration. To tell the truth, this sword technique is only SOSO. I have already learned all of its essence after practicing for 3 months. Hong Zhu coughed, feeling a bit of headache again. His son's talent was too great. He was fast at learning anything. He even went as far as to comprehend the deepest essence of those moves. This was good, but also bad as well. Hong Zhu's accumulations were already used up several years ago by Hong Ting. He went through all kinds of avenues to search for secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not match Hong Ting's ability to absorb knowledge like a black hole. If this continued for a long time, what could he do? Right at this time, a group of spiritual sparrows flew over their heads and suddenly imploded into golden light specks. The light specks fell and got absorbed into everyone's head, but most of the light specks were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. Instantly, everyone had joyous expressions. They had received inheritances and all sorts of peculiar secret manuals. This is the gift of yet another immortal. I wonder which immortal this is. We should thank young master. We are all enjoying his fortune. The guards looked at Hong Ting passionately. Even Hong Zhu's gaze carried a trace of complex feelings. Hong Ting had closed his eyes, immersed completely in the newly obtained sea of knowledge. Hong Zhu and the rest were already not surprised at this scene. Even the commoners outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their business. Unusual phenomena and immortal miracles were fascinating, but when they happened too many times, they would start feeling bland and ordinary. The immortal miracles appearing around Hong Ting could not be said to be a lot. It was at a mind-numbing level that was simply overflowing with such incidents. Since he was born and taken as a disciple by Duke Long, immortal phenomena would frequently occur around him. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court, not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals in Heavenly Court. Just the 10 great ancient sects under Heavenly Court were colossal forces with extremely robust foundations. Duke Long had taken in this disciple with great publicity. He did not conceal anything. Everyone understood his intentions, so whether it was Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they all paid extreme attention to Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was the blessed child of the world, a future immortal venerable who would be cultivated by Heavenly Court. This was not a secret. So, every so often, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting to build a good affinity and relationship with him in advance. As a result, the Golden Sparrow inheritance gift was not strange. There were also spiritual cranes imparting scrolls, auspicious clouds sending fruits, sacred wind marrow cleansing, and all sorts of unusual immortal-level phenomena that appeared endlessly. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his brain, but his brows furrowed into a frown. There are 18 types of weapon training methods. Each one is exquisite and unique, but there is still no mention of any advanced aperture awakening method. Father, when can I awaken my aperture and control Gu worms? No matter how excellent these fighting techniques are, they are only mortal techniques. Controlling Gu worms is the only true way. Son, don't be in a hurry. You have once again forgotten what your master instructed in his letter. Hong Zhu said with a pleasant smile. Hong Ting waved his hand impatiently. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken my aperture in advance, I must do it only when I am 12. Before the timing and opportunity is right, I cannot do it in advance. I am really curious. Master has such vast powers. Why can't he awaken my aperture now? Hong Zhu's expression became slightly grave. Son, your master is an immortal. You cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to obey. You need to understand that he absolutely won't harm you. He cherishes you just like how father and mother treasure you. Yes, father. I was wrong. Please don't get angry. Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists. He was very filial to his parents. Time passed. Years passed in an instant. Duke Long appeared once again and formally took Hong Ting as his disciple. He took Hong Ting to roam all over the world while personally guiding him. When Hong Ting was 12, Duke Long awakened his aperture. Hong Ting officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless talent and robust foundation, his cultivation progress was shockingly fast. Not only in his cultivation, his experiences also richened constantly on this journey. He met many people, mortals and immortals, kind people and evil people. His knowledge of human life and heaven and earth was constantly deepening. He had a strong sense of justice and loathed evil. He looked handsome and kind, but was crafty and resourceful as well. Master, I have found that evil Shuetu Dao who slaughtered an entire village. He is staying at a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned to the cave from hunting and spoke to Duke Long with excitement. Duke Long nodded with a smile. Take a seat first. The soup is almost ready. This soup is made from the bones of an ancient desolate beast. It will be very helpful to your growth. Hong Ting threw down the prey he hunted, saying with clenched teeth, Master, I have been wanting to take action on Shuetu Dao for over a year and get rid of this evil. But you said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he had rank 5. I was not his match, so you didn't allow me to go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and 8 killer moves. I had an extremely high chance of taking Shuetu Dao's life, but you said that it was not 100%, so you didn't let me make a move. 3 months ago, I already reached rank 5 and could easily deal with Shuetu Dao in 2 to 3 moves, but you said it was not time to take his life. Master, if we let such an evil person run amok, who knows how many more innocent lives would be lost. Let me strike now. Duke Long put down the ladle and let the bone soup simmer as he said with a sigh. Disciple, the opportunity has not arrived. I don't care about any opportunity. I only know that if I don't make a move now, I would lose a good opportunity. Hong Ting was extremely firm. Duke Long shook his head. Now is not the time for Shuetu Dao to die. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile and fruitless, you will even create certain aftermath which will lead to tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised one finger, staring right into Duke Long's eyes with a burning gaze. Duke Long went silent for a while. Then go, young man, give it a try. Thank you, master. Hong Ting was exulted. I just hope that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. Why will I be disappointed? Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will return with Shuetu Dao's head within 15 minutes. Hong Ting turned around and left. But 15 minutes passed, 30 minutes went by, and soon it reached 45 minutes. Hong Ting still did not appear. Duke Long saw everything. He knew the timing was right as he left the cave and crossed a forest, arriving beside Hong Ting. Hong Ting was kneeling on the ground, his face filled with shock, anger, and deep regret. He was dazedly looking at the foot of the mountain. A small village had once been there where the villagers lived happily. His eyes were red and filled with traces of blood. He saw Duke Long and raised his head. Tear stains were still clear on his face. Master, I did not imagine there to be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Shuetu Dao secretly came here to obtain this inheritance. After I destroyed his plan, he used the inheritance's power to stop me, and although I fought with all my strength, I did not think the battle would cause the mountain to crumble. Unexpectedly, the small village was completely buried. Master, it was me. I caused the death of these villagers. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Disciple, do you want revenge? Do you want to get rid of Shuetu Dao? The opportunity has arrived. Really? Where is he? Hong Ting's body shook, asking immediately. At that mountain. Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately hurried off and easily killed Shui Tu Dao. I was so close. I already obtained the true inheritance and only had to absorb the gains. The moment I narrowly escaped death, you came after me. If I had some time, I would not be afraid. I could have become a Gu immortal. These were Shui Tu Dao's last words before he died. Hong Ting was silently standing before Shui Tu Dao's corpse. Duke Long appeared behind Hong Ting once again, remaining silent. After a good while, Hong Ting stopped looking at Shui Tu Dao's corpse in a daze as he asked with an extremely hoarse voice, "Master, had I listened to your arrangements, I could have easily killed him and those villagers would not have been implicated. Is that right?" Duke Long did not reply, only softly patting Hong Ting's shoulder. Hong Ting's body shook as he fell into a deep silence before asking, "Master, I want to ask you, what is fate?" Chapter 1677. I regret it, fate. Duke Long sighed with a deep and complex expression. He walked towards a rock and patted beside him, indicating Hong Ting to have a seat. Hong Ting followed Duke Long and sat cross-legged. "Look." Duke Long pointed at the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting quickly looked. He saw a small group of ants moving beside the rock. They were moving in an orderly fashion, returning to their nest with food. "This is fate." Duke Long continued. "What?" "Look again." Duke Long pointed at the sky. Hong Ting gazed at the sky. Clouds of all kinds of shapes were moving in the sky. "This also is fate," Duke Long said. Hong Ting's mind jolted as if he had comprehended something. "Master, you mean to say?" He did not continue. He had gained some comprehension but was unable to express them in words at this time. Ants transporting food, bees collecting honey, wind blowing, clouds floating, everything in this world have their own paths to walk on. To us, they might look like they don't follow any rules, but they are actually moving according to the rules of the great Tao. 1. Look at the moon and sun. Every day, the sun rises and the moon falls. The moon rises and the sun falls. Look at a human's life and death. No matter who they are, be they an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they will die in the end. Everything is fate. Every person, every living being, even every rock, every drop of water, every lump of fire, since they exist in this world, they will have value and meaning in their existence. Good and evil is also the same. Without good, how would there be evil? Without evil, why talk about good? You were in a hurry to kill Shui Tu Dao and did not see his value. Since heaven and earth let him exist, there is definitely a reason for his life. This is fate. Fate already has arrangements for everything in the world. It is just that we can only slightly feel this kind of arrangement and cannot see it clearly. Not being able to see clearly is normal. The laws of heaven and earth, the great Tao of the universe. Even if an immortal uses all their life, they would not be able to understand them thoroughly. We are too weak, too small, while heaven and earth is too vast. We should revere heaven and earth, follow the arrangements of the heavenly fate, and bring fortune to the world. 1. Your parents' marriage was fate's arrangement. Their greatest value was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal venerable in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You need to accept it, climb to the peak step by step, lead heavenly court, and contribute your life to the righteous path. And my greatest value in life is to teach and guide you towards the proper path. I am your Tao guardian. 1. Believe in fate. Acknowledge fate. All its arrangements have their own reasons. If we forcibly interfere, it will lead to tragedy and regret. Just like how you tried to take Shui Tu Dao's life early. But were you able to kill him? Duke Long shook his head. No. Although your strength surpassed his, you encountered all kinds of unexpected situations. In the end, not only did you fail to kill him, you even implicated innocent lives. Think back on it. If you had listened to fate's arrangements and attacked Shui Tu Dao at his weakest moments, would you still have encountered those accidents? I will tell you. The value of Shui Tu Dao's existence was to activate this Gu immortal inheritance, to open the way and hand this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was dazed. He was motionless like a statue. 2 clear rows of tears fell from his eyes as he choked. Master, I was wrong. It is good to know your mistakes and change them. Actually, your wrong choice was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You thought you could defy fate, but your thought was also fate's arrangement. You don't need to feel guilty. You should comprehend fate's intention. You think your wrong choice was of no value? Wrong. 1. Every mistake has an inestimable value to a youth's growth. If you can absorb the lesson from this mistake, acknowledge fate's existence, and accept it, then this mistake would have shown its value. That village's destruction also has its value. 1. Duke Long then took a deep look at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good child, but I worry because you emphasize on feelings too much. You already have rank 5 cultivation now. Among the paths to ascend to an immortal, you will probably choose wisdom path, right? Master, your vision is unparalleled. I indeed have such thoughts. I feel like wisdom path is extremely suitable for me. Hong Ting said truthfully. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom path focuses on thought, will, and emotion. You emphasize on feelings too much, so studying emotions has more demerits than benefits to you. Listen to Master, choose time path. When you can view the past and present, observe the rise and decline of history, all sorts of honor and disgrace, you will understand that all feelings and romance will be cleansed by time. I have received revelation from Fate Gu. Time path suits you the most. Tu Hong Ting opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but he nodded in the end. Disciples shall abide by Master's teachings and choose time path. Duke Long nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Master is your Tao guardian. Pointing you towards the correct path is the meaning behind my existence. Time slowly moved forward. Hong Ting chose time path, and under Duke Long's protection, successfully passed his immortal ascension tribulation, becoming a time path Gu Immortal. Lord Immortal Hong Ting, that demon has proclaimed he is going to slaughter the whole city unless I give my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a great Gu Immortal, we are only mortals. We truly are unable to do anything, considering the friendship between me and your father. I implore you to eliminate this demon. An old city lord paid a visit, kneeling to the ground as he made his request to Hong Ting. Hong Ting recognized him. This city lord's city was close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings with each other. This city lord and his father indeed had a close friendship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter and had played with her when they were young. Old senior, please get up. I will definitely help. It is just that. Hong Ting paused for a moment. The opportunity has not arrived. The old city lord was exulted. Since Lord Immortal has replied, this old man shall be rest assured. I believe Lord Immortal will not go back on his words. Hong Ting waited till it was the correct time to kill this demonic Gu Immortal. He attacked resolutely and killed this demon easily. However, the old city lord was kneeling on the ground, gazing at the city filled with ruins and corpses as he cried in sadness. This accursed demon is finally dead. My good daughter, the inhabitants of my city, you can rest in peace now. Your hatred has been avenged. Disciple pays respect to Master. I wonder what matter Master has called me for. Hong Ting went up to Duke Long. Disciple, Master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood. The river channel has diverged. I want you to go save people. Remember, don't make a move early. You can only do so after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed carefully. Yes, Master. Hong Ting came to the floating flower riverbank and looked at the flooding river water. Countless living beings were forced to be homeless, while many drowned corpses were floating on the surface. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. But at that time, he found that he did not even need to make a move. The river water retreated by itself, swamps appearing in many areas. A wild Immortal Gu's aura emerged and was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild Immortal Gu. Great Gu. It is actually a rank 7-time path Gu, which is perfect for me. One hell. The wild Immortal Gu's aura attracted 2 ancient desolate beasts. Hong Ting's expression turned solemn as he concealed himself. He waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other. After one died and another was injured, he made his move, getting these 2 ancient desolate beast corpses easily. Wonderful, wonderful. Gazing at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting suddenly came to a realization. So it turns out this was fate's arrangement. With the battle of the 2 ancient desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times its width, while its river channel has been dyed by the ancient desolate beast's blood, becoming much thicker. From now on, Floating Flower River will probably not flood again. There are also these plots of land beside Floating Flower River, which will become extremely fertile as they are soaked in the essence, blood, and corpses of countless beings. In the future, the mortals who live here will truly be fortunate. 1. Bull-headed demon brute. Let go of my parents now, otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hong Ting furiously glared at the bull-headed demonic immortal. The bull-headed demonic immortal held Hong Ting's parents in each of his hands, laughing loudly. Kid, you are very arrogant. You want to get rid of me? When I became a Gu Immortal, you were still suckling milk as a baby. Are you scared now? Hong Ting had to restrain himself and could only shout in anger. Bull-headed demon brute quickly shouted. Don't come over. Don't be impulsive. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want? Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon brute gave a malevolent smile. Now we are talking. As long as you hand over my lifespan Gu, I will return your parents to you. If not, I only have a few days to live anyway. I will just die with your parents. Hong Ting was immediately dazed. According to fate's arrangements, Those two wild lifespan Gu should indeed go to bull-headed demon brute. But Hongting saw his parents getting old and reaching their life's limit. So he seized those two lifespan Gu without telling Duke Long. Who could have thought that bull-headed demon brute would come and bring disaster to his parents? In an instant, Hongting's face became deathly pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. I have already used those two lifespan Gu. I know, you used them on your parents. Bull Demon was not surprised. But, you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will lead Heavenly Court. I don't believe Heavenly Court's treasury does not have any lifespan Gu. Bring 300 years, no, 3,000 years lifespan Gu, and I will release your parents. This, Hongting was now caught in a dilemma. In the end, through twists and turns, he finally forced bull-headed demon brute to retreat. But his parents were irrecoverably injured. Even immortal methods could not heal them. Father, mother, I harmed you. If I had not taken lifespan Gu for you, you would still have several years left. Hongting knelt down and cried. Hongzhu, however, smiled. Son, life and death is up to fate. Fortune is up to heaven. Humans have to die sooner or later. This world has long life, but is there anyone who can live forever? No. We are fated to die. You don't need to feel sad for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. The two of us could have a son like you, a future immortal venerable. How great of an honor is this? We will definitely be noted down in history because of you. Madame Hong also said, My son, listen to your father. Be a good person. You must be righteous. The old couple grasped each other's hands and died at the same time. Father, mother. Hongting howled towards the sky. Bright light accumulated in Hongting's eyes. Through the passing of time, experience and maturity made him full of manly charisma. The setting sun illuminated the lush green hill. Under the setting sun, he saw Lu Shuxian for the first time. Two pairs of eyes met each other. Both felt their hearts pulsing. An indescribable atmosphere rapidly spread. Love at first sight. Lu Shuxian revealed a strange expression, asking softly, Who are you? Hongting, however, felt no surprise. He replied with a smile. I am your fated husband. My name is Hongting. Lu Shuxian was astonished. You are the future immortal venerable? Don't be surprised. Our encounter here was determined by fate. Love gave Hongting a feeling of satisfaction and bliss that he had never experienced before. He and Lu Shuxian always kept each other's company and had a lot in common. It was like they were born for each other, like a key to a lock. They were a natural couple. They roamed the world together. They conversed and dined under the moon. They had great chemistry. An eye signal to the other could express their inner heart and even convey all their intention to the other's mind. They were a true immortal couple, living together for hundreds of years. They supported each other in the path of cultivation. There was not even one fight or a moment where they were vexed at each other. Lu Shuxian accompanied Hongting all the way to rank 8 peak, and finally to rank 9 venerable realm. The tribulation was unimaginable, but Hongting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured due to this. Several Heavenly Court Gu immortals perished, while Hongting held Lu Shuxian's gradually freezing body with tears all over his face. He tightly held Lu Shuxian, repeatedly saying, Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I beg you, please live. It's no use. I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? Lu Shuxian smiled. I am useless. I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hongting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hongting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No, Xianair, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hongting roared helplessly. His body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate. It is fixed. Hongting, you cannot have such thoughts. You need to live on properly. Your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead Heavenly Court, and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene, standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Lu Shuxian's life force gradually fell until she died. Hongting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was motionless like a statue. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi gathered and merged, refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu according to his current mental state. This Gu had the form of a centipede. Its whole body was pale white like paper. Unlike centipedes, its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent, gently floating in the air, agitating hearts and continuously raising the deepest regretful feelings. Rank 8 Regret Gu. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He forcibly stood up and walked to Hong Ting's side. Lu Shuxian's death was not without meaning. It was worthy and valuable. There is no need for sadness, my dear disciple. This was all fate's arrangement. Now, you are already an immortal venerable. Rank 9 venerables are extremely rare, even in the long history of humanity. You still have a long life ahead. Your mission has just started. I will abdicate my position. Heavenly Court, as well as the 5 regions, and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Hong Ting. Duke Long softly called. One Hong Ting slowly raised his head. He did not look at Duke Long. His gaze was still on Lu Shuxian's icy corpse. He replied lightly, I regret it. 1. Chapter 1678. Immortal Venerable regrets, but I do not. What did you say? Duke Long did not hear clearly. I said I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows immediately furrowed, using a stern gaze to look at his proudest disciple. Regret? Oh Hong Ting, don't speak of such nonsense again. You are clear of it. How many people dedicated and sacrificed themselves to cultivate and support you until you reached your current cultivation level? If you say such things, would you be doing justice to those people who have helped you throughout your life? Would you be doing justice to your parents? Justice to your late wife Lu Shuxian? Justice to the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and sacrificed themselves? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long. Lu Shuxian's death is a great tragedy. We can understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He is only in a temporarily agitated state. The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals attempted to mediate. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable hee. Hong Ting laughed with disdain. He gazed at Duke Long with his bloodshot eyes. If such sacrifices are required, and there will be even more sacrifices in the future for this immortal venerable position, then I would rather not have it. Enough, Duke Long shouted in rage. I will not allow you to speak any more nonsense, Hong Ting. You think your immortal venerable position can be gained or abandoned at your will. This is all fate's arrangement. This is the mission of your life. You must accept it no matter what. Hong Ting laughed loudly. His hair was messy. He was in a miserable state. He lowered his head and looked at Duke Long. A grand immortal venerable, invincible in the world, actually cannot do as he pleases. He cannot even reject this immortal venerable position. Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices? What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words righteous path are? Wrong. Maintaining Heavenly Court's righteous path requires you to pay a price. It requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Court. Hong Ting's body shook. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, please calm yourselves. We should recuperate and heal our injuries now instead of quarreling. The other Gu Immortals repeatedly tried persuading. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were slowly clenched tight as he said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Presumptuous. Duke Long suddenly shouted while pointing at Hong Ting. How could you have such a heretical thought? You know it clearly. I have also told you several times. Life and death is determined by fate. Life and death is the rule of the great Tao. Any living being's life and death is arranged by fate. You want to revive the dead? Are you trying to send the entire world into chaos? Have you not learned yet? The more you think like that, the more cruel tragedies will happen around you. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them. Master, disciple always had a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. Duke Long's body shook with anger. Even the persuading Heavenly Court Gu Immortals slowly took a step back, looking at Hong Ting as if he was someone unfamiliar. Lord Immortal Venerable, your thought is too dangerous. Right? Without fate, our human race would not be prosperous. Fate Gu is Heavenly Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? This, all of you. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu Immortals. He felt an indescribably deep loneliness at this moment. Time flowed. Who knows how long had passed? A lonely figure appeared in the river of time. His hair was messy. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, like a man who had roamed the world but had no place to call home. His face still had the former Hong Ting's shadow, but his expression had already changed completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the endlessly flowing river of time as he sighed. It is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. His feet stopped right before he touched the river of time. This first Stone Lotus Island will also be the most important Stone Lotus Island. I will use Regret Gu as its core and leave this behind for the otherworldly demon, for the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate. One thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually appeared in this world. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here, as well as a large amount of time path immortal materials, immortal killer moves, a portion of his true meaning that contained his true memories of a certain period of time, as well as an immortal killer move with an unparalleled effect. After finishing the arrangement, Red Lotus Demon Venerable flew away slowly with his exhausted body. Time flew by, who knows how long had passed. An outsider charged into this Stone Lotus Island. He was dressed in rough clothing. He had a thin-looking body and a bald head. He had an ordinary appearance. He was barefooted. His legs were even stained with some mud, like a farmer who had returned from a day of work in the fields. However, his face looked very young. His eyes were glistening brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into an illusory image of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who smiled towards the barefooted young-looking man. Welcome, my honorary guest. I am Paradise Earth. I finally found this place after immense effort. This person was Paradise Earth, who had already become an Immortal Venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning directly asked, Immortal Venerable, what is the purpose for your visit? Paradise Earth smiled. Senior Red Lotus, why ask when you already know? Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled. You are right. Fate has only been damaged, not completely destroyed, so everything is still traceable and observable from the river of time. Pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued. I can lend you Regret Gu. As for your intention to steal my inheritor, that will depend on your ability. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable looked solemn. Although he is an otherworldly demon, he is not an emotionless person. Put down the blade to reach redemption. It is never too late to turn back. Who does not want to seek redemption? I am willing to give it a try. 3 Red Lotus True Meaning laughed. All right. My main body still had some worries when constructing this island. After all, I am not entirely confident in defending against Heavenly Court. However, since you are taking action, then there is no worry. This is Regret Gu. Catch it properly. Regret Gu flew over slowly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched his hands, which were covered in radiance, and carefully received it. It is indeed worthy of being Regret Gu. It constantly draws out boundless regretful feelings. Only a person with not even a little bit of regret is immune to this greatest flaw. Otherwise, any Gu immortal who approaches it will feel incomparable pain and regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. 2. Looks like you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Who in this world does not have any regrets in their life? Putting Regret Gu into his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning solemnly. I take my leave. I will definitely send him here. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The dazed expression slowly dissipated from his eyes. He went through this memory that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left here and understood the cause and result of everything. I never expected to directly arrive at the Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though both have already perished, their arrangements are still in effect. One Fang Yuan sighed before looking at Red Lotus True Meaning, as well as rank 8 Regret Gu that was already floating before him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. There is no need to say anything else. I believe you will try your best to destroy Fate Gu. So, accept my true inheritance. It has already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years. One comment Fang Yuan nodded and extended his hand, trying to grasp Regret Gu. Red Lotus True Meaning reminded him quickly. Careful, Regret Gu cannot be touched directly. Otherwise, even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless regrets. I have already prepared a method for you. You only need, there is no need for that. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed Regret Gu and instantly refined it. One Red Lotus True Meaning was stunned. You. Chapter 1679. Red Lotus True Inheritance. The surging river was always flowing from past to present to future. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the river of time with a tranquil expression and a deep gaze. The River of Time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it traversed the entire world, without its existence and movement, the whole Gu master world would become a still picture without any changes or vitality. Fang Yuan had seized Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. These two secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not seize the whole River of Time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth belonged to all beings of this world. Every beast, every grass, every rock, every drop of water, they all enjoyed the benefits derived from the River of Time. Even Gu immortals could at most only possess a tributary of the River of Time in their immortal aperture. The River of Time was the collective wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was a transparent pale white. A gazillion droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun each time, giving off a brilliant light show. Thus, the surface of the River of Time was always covered in a thin layer of ever-changing radiance. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world, the largest congregation of time path. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the island and saw several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of time path wild Gu worms in just a short while of observation. The River of Time was overflowing with vitality. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. In this period of time, he had completely absorbed Red Lotus true meaning. His time path attainment level soared rapidly, reaching an unimaginable height. Time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. 6 With this attainment level, Fang Yuan had many new insights when he looked at the River of Time. These feelings were not superficial. Instead, it pierced into the essence of the River of Time, mesmerizing Fang Yuan the more he looked at it. Pinnacle profundities of the great Tao were in front of his eyes, quietly lifting a corner of a mysterious veil, allowing him to begin understanding this world and the principle of its operation. Although he gained refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment previously, his experience at that time had not been as deep as now. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, River of Time. Time path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level gave Fang Yuan comprehensive growth in all aspects. For instance, the mysterious immortal killer move time cutting edge. Fang Yuan now had the ability to completely understand its essence and change the Gu worms involved, restoring its original might. Another example was Xia Cha's time path Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan could now modify them and make them suited for himself. The greatest growth was in time path Immortal Gu recipes. With both time path and refinement path at quasi-supreme grandmaster level, Fang Yuan had a very high assurance in modifying any time path Immortal Gu recipes and refining time path Immortal Gu. There was no doubt that Red Lotus true meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was the rank 8 Immortal Gu, regret. One not mentioning this Gu's legendary status, just based on its rank 8 level, its value was extraordinary. With this Gu worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 rank 8 Gu worms. Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Soul Beast Token, and Regret. One Fang Yuan could now construct Regret Pool with no obstacles. Of course, difficulty was still there, but the greatest hurdle had become non-existent because of Regret Gu. Back when Red Lotus Demon Venerable arranged this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation and thus prepared a large amount of time path immortal materials. With Regret Gu and time path immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to follow the procedures and spend some time to construct Regret Pool. He could even build an Immortal Gu house better than Regret Pool. With all these, Fang Yuan could begin to refine Gu en masse. On one hand, he could refine a lot more time path Immortal Gu. On the other hand, he could advance the rank of the Immortal Gu he already had. These time path immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were of high rank. The lowest was rank 7, while there was a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials. Were Heavenly Court to see this, they would cough out a large mouthful of blood. They tried all methods to disturb Fang Yuan and obstruct him from purchasing time path immortal materials without hesitating on paying a huge price. This had indeed created huge trouble for Fang Yuan, but all their actions turned out to be of no use now. 2 Red Lotus True Meaning, rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, large amounts of time path immortal materials, as well as Immortal Killer moves. Among the Immortal Killer moves, the greatest gains were Immortal Killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. The most important thing Fang Yuan cared about was the Spring Autumn Success Killer move. This move used several supplementary Immortal Gu, and with the activation of Spring Autumn Cicada, its success rate would reach 100%. Simply using Spring Autumn Cicada had too low of a success rate. It also had the disadvantage of greatly decreasing luck. But although Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer move still had the disadvantage of reducing luck, the failure rate was lowered to 0. With this move, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality obtained an enormous boost. Fang Yuan had already decided to prepare this killer move. Almost all the Immortal killer moves were in the form of information and required Fang Yuan to personally prepare them. But one-time path killer move had been specially activated by Red Lotus Demon Venerable and left for Fang Yuan. The former rank 9 killer move, after over 1,000,000 years, had its power greatly reduced, but was still effective. The name of this time path killer move, Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island. The Gu Immortal user could temporarily borrow the use of a certain future state of his life. For instance, a Gu master who had only rank 5 cultivation, but in the future, would successfully pass his ascension tribulation and become rank 6. Under the use of Future Self, he could borrow the body of his future Gu Immortal self and temporarily gain a Gu Immortal's cultivation level. 5. Even Fang Yuan was speechless at the mysterious and terrifying powers of this move. Unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level and was of no use to Fang Yuan. 1. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deduction, Fang Yuan would have rank 7 cultivation when he found this stone island. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was after all not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even if he were a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable, there could still be flaws in the deductions. Especially in the situation when Fate Gu was injured and Luck Path emerged, everything had become much more difficult to predict. My cultivation is already rank 8. I can only give this future self-killer move to my subordinates. This can make up for their lack in strength and have the qualifications to participate in my battles. What a pity that I lost so much manpower before this. The complete content of Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely plentiful and indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance. But Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. The thing he had most expected was some kind of method or a shortcut to pull a fast one and destroy Fate Gu. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind such things. Even in the memory left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, it only portrayed his experiences of becoming an immortal venerable and his regretful life. Later on, as for how he refined Spring Autumn Cicada or how he invaded Heavenly Court and injured Fate Gu, there were no memories of them. The memories had directly skipped to Red Lotus Demon Venerable constructing the Red Lotus Stone Island after becoming a venerable. What was the deeper meaning behind such an arrangement? Fang Yuan had inquired before he consumed Red Lotus True Meaning. The reply of Red Lotus True Meaning was, there was no shortcut to destroying Fate Gu. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable had exploited some kind of shortcut back then, that shortcut no longer existed now. Don't underestimate Heavenly Court. If there was any shortcut, be extra careful as it should be Heavenly Court's trap. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus True Meaning did not have an answer. He only gave speculation. He might not have wanted to point you towards a specific direction because it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether or not to destroy Fate Gu is your own choice. Fang Yuan asked, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus True Meaning did not know. However, this reply was within Fang Yuan's expectation. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark the other islands' locations, they would have already been taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or Heavenly Court. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially constructed each Red Lotus Stone Island separately, without the ability to sense the others' locations. Fate Gu must be destroyed. A Heavenly Court with or without Fate Gu were two completely different concepts. If Heavenly Court successfully restored Fate Gu, although Fang Yuan would not be bound by the shackles of fate, other people or beings in the world would be influenced or even manipulated by fate. At that time, Fang Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything besides him. This was slightly exaggerated, but it was that serious. Another more important reason was that Fate Gu's existence was the greatest obstacle to Fang Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. Fate Gu did not allow revival. It stated that all living beings must die. Thus, no matter what, Fang Yuan would have to destroy Fate Gu. Red Lotus Demon Venerable might have already deduced this, so he was not worried about Fang Yuan's motivation. Chapter 1680. Advancing Immortal Gu inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Central Continent. Dark clouds covered the sky as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Fang Yuan's time path clone was standing high in the sky. He was observing the Gu refinement process cautiously to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, the originally wide plain was now filled with deep craters. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, smashing the earth and creating half-spherical craters. The soil inside the crater was refined into a ceramic-like structure with smoke rising up from them. The time is right. My main body should be making a move. The time path clone just had this thought when countless lightning bolts converged together into one enormous lightning bolt. Boom! The deep blue lightning bolt resembling a heavenly pillar struck a white boulder at the center of the plain fiercely. Instantly, the white boulder was split into pieces by the lightning bolt. Countless fragmented rocks flew out everywhere. The lightning was incomparably fierce. It had suddenly converged together and vanished just as suddenly. The white boulder that was the size of a hill exploded, but a small Gu worm floated in the air. The Gu worm was in the form of a butterfly with various colors. It was man, as before Immortal Gu. I finally succeeded after failing 6 times. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan's time path clone was exulted upon seeing this. Man as before came from Tai by Yun Shang. Its origin could be traced back to Purple Mountain True Monarch. The original man as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6, which was only effective in healing rank 6 Gu immortals and had barely passable effects on rank 7, often failing in its activation. Its effect on rank 8 was even more abysmal. Fang Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different kinds of Dao marks did not conflict with each other. But now that he was currently rank 8, rank 6 man as before was clearly too weak. But now, man as before Immortal Gu was successfully advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. Fang Yuan's time path clone inspected it carefully and soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and the rank 6 version. They both had the shape of a butterfly, but the rank 7 man as before was much more dazzling. Moreover, there was a change in the butterfly's body. It looked like a tiny, naked, and pale person. Although rank 8 man as before was more suitable for Fang Yuan, he was currently satisfied with advancing it to rank 7. Refining rank 8 Immortal Gu would need countless cultivation resources, which Fang Yuan currently did not have the ability to bear. Back then, old ancestor Shui who had almost emptied out his accumulation to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven. Every member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had complained about it. What's more, old ancestor Shui who had cultivated for much longer than Fang Yuan in this life. This was unless Fang Yuan spent his entire fortune like selling Danghun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Gu to exchange for countless resources. But that was not worth the loss. Man as before might be a superior Gu, but it was not a crucial Gu worm like Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. He intended to advance most of his rank 6 Immortal Gu to rank 7. Because of the high quantity and the difficulty of Gu refinement along with high failure rate, even if Fang Yuan invested all his current resources, it would hardly be enough. Fang Yuan had gained batches after batches of cultivation resources from the Grotto-Heaven of the 5 Xiangs, Qi Clan's Grotto-Heaven, the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven, as well as Red Lotus Stone Island. However, Gu refinement was a bottomless pit. No matter how much investment was done, it would never be high enough. Fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Regret Gu, which he used to construct a refinement path Gu formation that allowed a small portion of the Gu refinement process to be done again if it failed. When Fang Yuan's time path clone took the rank 7 man, as before Immortal Gu, the dark clouds had already vanished. The refinement path Gu formation slowly activated, and along with the killer move self-cleansing, they cleaned the Dao mark traces left at the scene. Next is landscape as before. The time path clone thought. In the list of Gu refinement plans, man as before and landscape as before were at the top, but there were still a lot more left. For example, Day Gu, self-strength, pulling mountain, strength chi, Vajra thought. Star Eyes, Star Thought. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was also important. After its rank was advanced, it could greatly increase the power of Unravel Dream, which was extremely beneficial in Fang Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also Dogshit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, and Time Luck. These Luck Path Immortal Gu would also be an enormous help after they were advanced. Fang Yuan was lacking offensive methods in Luck Path, but its support function could not be neglected. Previously, Fang Yuan had used his luck path superiority to get rid of the pursuit of the multiple time path Immortal Gu houses of Heavenly Court. Advancing the ranks of Immortal Gu was all done by Fang Yuan's main body. The time path clone did not have enough qualifications because of low cultivation level. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan continued to stay in Red Lotus Stone Island. Besides him repeatedly refining Gu, by Ning Bing, He Lulan, and so on were also moving around on the island. They exchanged pointers with each other and did their best to adapt to their future self. Under the effect of future self, their battle strength climbed to first rate or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move. With his subordinate's strength rising to this level, there would no longer be awkward situations like before. Next time Fang Yuan battled, these people would have the minimum qualification to take part in the battle. The regrettable thing was that Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were dead. Although Fang Yuan still had several enslaved Gu immortals like Qi Clan's Gu immortals, These people were far less reliable than the former. They were bound by a slave agreement, which could very well dissipate under the power of their future self. So, Fang Yuan did not intend to elevate them, even though the future self-killer move could still be used on several more people. Advancing Immortal Gu became Fang Yuan's most important project and occupied almost all of his time. Occasionally, he used fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to teleport to the Five Xiang's Grotto-Heaven and continue refining the killer move heaven form. Fang Yuan had already obtained the true inheritance and was the owner of this Red Lotus Stone Island. Thus, he could use fixed Immortal Travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island had been protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable's strength, which prevented methods like fixed Immortal Travel. This was the same situation as in the Immortal Aperture inside the Blue Dragon Whale. Fang Yuan had already tested it, but unfortunately, he was unable to return to the Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven with fixed Immortal Travel. Also, Spring Autumn Cicada might have reached rank 7, which expanded its detection range, but Fang Yuan did not go to look for other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his current strength had not increased a lot. He still needed to process his gains. Secondly, Heavenly Court was also searching in the River of Time. Fang Yuan would have to avoid them if he ran into them. Finally, Fang Yuan's rank 8 Immortal Essence reserve was still accumulating because advancing Immortal Gu spent a lot of Immortal Essence. Time passed. Several months went by quickly. Southern border. Boom. Earth tremored and mountains shook. Rocks and stones flew in all directions as an earth trench appeared. The vast aura of a wild Immortal Gu spread everywhere. This wild Immortal Gu has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 Gu Immortals looked at the ground with smiles on their face. All right, let's compete according to the agreement we set earlier. Yes, earth veins are stirring more intensely, and wild Immortal Gu appear from time to time. We need to finish our battle quickly. The 3 Gu Immortals fought fairly. The atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Superforce Alliance was becoming increasingly larger. Previously, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance, but was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. Instead, Fang Yuan used the pretense of undergoing tribulation to plot a trap in 5 regional mountain range. But it was not like the Southern Alliance had no gains. They obtained Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Weiyin rescued many Southern Border rank 7 Gu Immortals from Fang Yuan's hands, he represented Paradise Earth's force and officially joined the Southern Alliance. It was perhaps due to Fang Yuan that the Southern Alliance's Righteous Path Gu Immortals restrained themselves, as they had a common enemy. They were inwardly apprehensive that as Southern Border's earth veins fluctuated repeatedly and cultivation resources appeared one after the other, Fang Yuan might suddenly come to fight over them. So, Southern Alliance Gu Immortals did not fight each other to death. Instead, their fights became controlled. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's brows rose up in joy when she heard the report. Dragon Palace has been found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had all along been searching for it, and now, our Heavenly Court has discovered the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful Immortal Gu House. Even Heavenly Court placed great importance on it. This Immortal Gu House has a deep relationship with Lord Duke Long. I should tell him this news first. When Duke Long obtained this news, he immediately brought Feng Jin Huang to Heavenly Court and handed her over to Fairy Ziwei to look after. Several days later, Duke Long returned without anything. Fairy Ziwei was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. In this current world, what methods could actually obstruct him? Dragon Palace is actually surrounded by a layer of Dream Realm. I cannot enter it. Duke Long sighed. Fairy Ziwei immediately understood the reason after hearing this reply. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you do not need to worry. The formation is already ready. It can use the strength of the whole of Heavenly Court's Grotto-Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. We will soon obtain his Dream Path research results. Duke Long laughed joyfully and said good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results naturally referred to the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. With this method, Heavenly Court could condense dream realms into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace would be easily removed. That demon Fang Yuan has made no move recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Currently, all 5 regions are facing frequent movements of earth veins, with Southern Border situation being the greatest. Countless cultivation resources are being churned out. I really hoped he tried to loot these resources and gave us the opportunity to track him. But unfortunately, it is like he has completely disappeared. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze every bit of information, but have not been able to find his traces. One comment. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. Even though this demon has reached rank 8, he has to face stronger calamities and tribulations now. This will definitely give him a headache. Although he can annex apertures with the sovereign immortal body, He needs rank 8 Grotto-Heavens to skip Grand Tribulations. Furthermore, there is still the even more terrifying Myriad Tribulation. Even Fairy Ziwei felt her heart palpitate when she heard the mention of Myriad Tribulation. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Fang Yuan might have advanced to rank 8, but how many rank 8 Grotto-Heavens are there for him to annex? His cultivation won't change much within a short period of time. 2. Currently, Fang Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. It will be almost impossible for him to face the arrangements we made in the River of Time. That means he will have no chance at getting Red Lotus True Inheritance. 1. Although he escaped before, his immortal essence expenditure was extremely huge, and nearly all his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence. Because relying on immortal essence stones has too low efficiency, he can only rely on his immortal aperture's self-production. But the immortal aperture's self-production requires time. If he quickens the rate of time of his immortal aperture, he will also accelerate the arrival of his calamities and tribulations as well. Once he has no more immortal apertures to annex, he will have to face tribulations. The time he undergoes his tribulation will be the time our heavenly court takes his life. Fairy Ziwei's eyes glistened brightly when she said this. Duke Long nodded, looking at Fairy Ziwei with praise. With you taking charge of heavenly court, I am at ease. 1. Chapter 1681. Progress inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's time path clone was slowly flying in the air as he planted the last flower bud. The terrain here had already been modified by him into a marshland that was extremely fertile. A large amount of high-quality silt was spread here. There was also a knee-deep clear river above the layer of silt. The time path clone patted his hand and flew to the sky after giving a last glance at the flower bud. Standing on a high altitude, the man-made marshland entered his sight. This marshland was vast. Fang Yuan's time path clone was unable to take in the whole marshland in his sight. A flower bud, the size of a house, could be seen every few kilometers. These flower buds had quite an origin. They were the buds of a desolate plant, extreme marsh flower. Fang Yuan had obtained a small portion of the extreme marsh flowers in the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were bought from treasure, Yellow Heaven. After taking in the view, Fang Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Gu. Summer Gu came from Southern Border's rank 8, Gu Immortal Xiacha, and was also at rank 8. Fang Yuan's time path clone was only at rank 6 and would not be able to use Summer Gu by just himself. However, Fang Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence which he gave to his clone along with Summer Gu. By lending his clone the necessary tools, Fang Yuan's time path clone could utilize almost all the immortal Gu of his main body. Summer Gu's activation was followed by other supplementary Gu worms, which activated an immortal killer move. Xiacha had developed a set of time path killer moves to manage the immortal aperture: spring plowing, summer hoeing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move which Fang Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them, but was modified from summer hoeing. It was used specially to raise extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed at the height of summer and bore fruit in spring. Fang Yuan's time path attainment was at quasi-supreme grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Along with the light of wisdom, it was simple for him to modify time path killer moves. Following the continuous activation of the killer move, all the surroundings entered the height of summer. Light rays became brighter, the temperature increased rapidly, and the air became increasingly dry. The peak of summer had arrived. The extremely vigorous extreme marsh flowers felt all these and began to absorb nutrition from the water and soil, growing at a visible rate, and started to slowly bloom. Every extreme marsh flower was huge and looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. The knee-deep water was already emptying. The marshy soil had also become drier. The fertility of the soil was being expended intensely. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked calm. This was within his expectations. Cultivation methods of extreme marsh flowers were mentioned in detail in both Red Lotus True Inheritance and Shadow Sex True Inheritance. All these changes were within Fang Yuan's arrangements. Soon, strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistil of the extreme marsh flowers. These mist gradually spread and covered a large area. Fang Yuan's time path clone stopped the killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nurtured the soil, gradually transforming this man-made marshland. Let's name this marshland flower Mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is finished. Fang Yuan's time path clone observed with joy. It won't be an issue to feed Regret Gu with this scale of extreme marsh flower mist. Rank 8 Regret Gu's appetite was huge. Its food was the mist produced by extreme marsh flowers. The problem was that this mist needed to be fresh, so it was not practical or reliable to purchase them from outside. When the mist condenses to a certain extent and forms a layer of water on the ground. I can then plant water vegetation as well as bring in small life forms like ducks and flying fish. Then, I will continue to expand the scale of extreme marsh flowers. When Regret Gu becomes hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist will be enough to fill it. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Gu often required a huge project. With this area of extreme marsh flowers, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is now at 18%. Currently, I have greatly slowed down the rate of time of the immortal aperture, so the production of various resources and white lychee immortal essence has fallen. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. This time, he did not use time path immortal moves to slow down his immortal aperture's rate of time. Instead, he manipulated the year essence pool, which was much more convenient. It did not expend immortal essence, and also did not have some disadvantages of time path killer moves. Fang Yuan could adjust his immortal aperture's rate of time whenever he wanted. Although I need to accumulate immortal essence, I cannot blindly quicken the time, or else the tribulations will come quickly as well. Currently, Fang Yuan was already at rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by a lot. Previously, he had exposed almost all his trump cards when he faced Heavenly Court's ambush in River of Time, so it was not suitable for him to undergo tribulation at this time. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan would become a fixed target. Because he would have to open his immortal aperture, which would be sensed by Heaven's will, Heavenly Court and other forces could easily discover his location and besiege him. The rate of time has been slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, increasing the foundation of my immortal aperture and expanding my immortal aperture origin core, thus producing even more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence would be produced. A long time ago, Fang Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his Immortal Gu. Later, he managed the immortal aperture to increase the production and earn immortal essence stones, as well as cultivation resources. Currently, his target was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Purely refining immortal essence stones to white lychee immortal essence had too low of an efficiency. 10,000 immortal essence stones were required to turn into one bead of white lychee immortal essence. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 white lychee immortal essence every year. In terms of the outside world's time, that was over half a month. Time passed as Fang Yuan continued to cultivate in seclusion. It was now summer in the 5 regions. Although there were no traces of Fang Yuan, the whole Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an excited state. Whether it be righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all hectic. The reason for this situation were the tremors in 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches appeared constantly. They first appeared in southern border, but this situation was happening frequently throughout the other 4 regions as well. Rumble, dust and soil rose. Hong Yi fell down on the ground in exhaustion. He was panting, and his face was pale as he looked at the enormous ravine in front of him. When the earth vein shook, he and other Gu masters began to run wildly. This was an extremely thrilling escape. There were a few times when Hong Yi was able to keep his life only because of his good luck. He had almost fallen in, but during the crucial moment, he was able to exert more strength than usual and was able to jump towards the precipice. Since when did earthquakes occur here? That was dangerous. I almost lost my life here. Hong Yi stood up only after a long while, but his breathing was still rough. He looked at the ravine and saw only darkness. Rough wind blew in the ravine as dust and soil had yet to dissipate. Every area of central continent seems to be experiencing earthquakes during this time period, creating ravines like this. Even a mortal like Hong Yi felt such a violent change in the world. What is that? A wild Immortal Gu slowly flew out of the dust and smoke. An injured wild Immortal Gu flew with difficulty, swaying left and right before it was finally exhausted and fell beside Hong Yi's feet. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. 3. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei gave a cry as her whole body let out dazzling purple light. Following the light, the whole Heavenly Court actually shook slightly. An incomparably enormous formless force poured into the large immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled loudly as it started grinding down on Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might but was unable to defend. His deepest memories were being extracted. All right, I finally obtained the mysteries of the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fairy Ziwei was haggard and pale, but her expression was of excitement. She had been working extremely hard these last days. On one hand, she was dealing with earth vein tremors which were bringing forth unexpected situations all over Central Continent. On the other hand, she was strengthening her efforts on dealing with Spectral Soul. She had put in great efforts to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, activating the whole of Heavenly Court's might in empowering the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Wei finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was the height of summer. Sunlight was scorching, but it was not as fiery as the fire in Gu Immortal's hearts. Earth vein tremors showed no signs of stopping or reducing. Instead, they became more intense. Immortal materials, wild Immortal Gu, and all kinds of cultivation resources appeared constantly, creating a festive period in all 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's Grotto-Heaven, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly echoed. I have finally obtained full grasp of the killer move heaven form. Beside Fang Yuan was the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane. It was standing obediently and quietly, following Fang Yuan's orders. Who could have thought that heaven form's effect is actually this? With it, my cultivation might be able to progress rapidly. The issue of calamities and tribulations can also be resolved. Fang Yuan stroked the white crane's feathers with bright eyes. This heaven form killer move came at the perfect time. Chapter 1682. Searching for Grotto-Heaven's immemorial white heaven. An exquisite, pure white crane was flying around Fang Yuan while letting out melodious cry. Fang Yuan could command this white crane with his thoughts, and it was as easy and simple as moving his hand. I can finally use this rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan was endlessly moved as he said softly, "Go." White crane flapped its large wings and nimbly flew ahead, but before it reached far, it started circling around a part of the sky while emitting cries constantly. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he received a series of information from the white crane that showed the inner scenes of the Grotto-Heaven of the 5 Xiangs. Rank 9 killer move heaven form was not an offensive or a defensive killer move, but an investigative type. Its detection target was everything that existed in immemorial white heaven. Its detection range was extremely wide, far surpassing Fang Yuan's limits. Thus it would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in plundering all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. Its detection ability was also extremely strong. How strong? It could discover hidden Grotto-Heavens. Any Grotto-Heaven, as long as they were in immemorial white heaven, would be detected by heaven form even if they did not open their immortal aperture entrance. Once the white crane was nearby, it could gather information about the inner scenes of the immortal aperture. Naturally, its detection range towards Grotto-Heavens was far smaller than ordinary targets. It had another advantage. It did not use any immortal essence during the whole detection process. The rank 9 immortal move heaven form originated from thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was truly extraordinary. It was like the detection was the innate ability of the white crane. But if I want to forcibly intrude into a Grotto-Heaven, I need to use immortal essence. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly transferred rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. With the addition of immortal essence, heaven form's whole white crane body began to emit soft and gentle light. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the soft light cover him. At the same time, a hazy white light appeared inside 5 Xiang's Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan followed the white light, and several breaths later, he was inside 5 Xiang's Grotto-Heaven. The whole process faced no obstruction. Although 5 Xiang's Grotto-Heaven was already controlled by Fang Yuan, at this moment, he had successfully entered the Grotto-Heaven just by relying on heaven form. Quite a high immortal essence expenditure. But thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal while the killer move is at rank 9 level. Spending this much white lychee immortal essence cannot be considered a flaw. Although there is some white light, the entire process is quiet. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan nodded, satisfied with the result of this trial performance. It was extremely difficult to charge into a blessed land or Grotto-Heaven without proper preparations. For example, one could refer to the time Immortal Crane Sect invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land or when Heavenly Lord by Zhu attacked Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven. Their difficulties sufficiently prove the value of heaven form. In the long span of history, how many Gu Immortals have appeared? Although it is not easy to become a rank 8, throughout the millions of years, they are absolutely not few in number. When Renzu's children destroyed the other immemorial 7 heavens, only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven remained. After that incident, rank 8 Gu Immortals or rank 9 Gu Immortals basically only had these 2 choices to place their Grotto-Heavens. Not mentioning rank 9 Gu Venerables, when those rank 8 Gu Immortals die, their immortal apertures would often be placed in either immemorial white or black heaven. These Grotto-Heavens would fall down or perish because of the continuous calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 figures would appear. So, there must be a portion of these Grotto-Heavens currently in immemorial black and white heaven. These Grotto-Heavens were great supplements to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If he annexed one of them, he could skip calamities and tribulations and thus resolve his greatest hidden threat. Naturally, the precondition was he had to find an immortal aperture Grotto-Heaven and have the ability to annex them. At the same time, This Grotto-heaven must not have devoured any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. An immortal aperture Grotto-heaven that had annexed any 9 heavens fragment would have no more calamities and tribulations, but it would then be filled with heavens which could not be cleansed. Fang Yuan could not annex such Grotto-heavens, so Five Xiang's Grotto-heaven and Heifan Grotto-heaven were not in his consideration. Although Qi clan's Qi-Si Grotto-heaven did not annex a 9 heavens fragment and had been relying on the immortal killer move Unlimited Qi-Si to resist calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan's Qi path attainment level became the obstruction to annexing it, and it would not be easy to solve this anytime soon. As for the Dragon Whale Grotto-heaven, Fang Yuan had considered it, but he was unable to return to the Blue Dragon Whale with fixed immortal travel as it had already moved far away from its previous location. And with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements in the Dragon Whale Grotto-heaven, even if Fang Yuan had the ability to annex it, he did not dare to make such a move rashly. Comment who was to say Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had not arranged some hidden methods in the Dragon Whale Grotto-heaven that were specially waiting for Fang Yuan. None of the Gu Venerables could be underestimated. There are definitely Grotto-heavens which suit me. Fang Yuan was confident in this. This confidence was not only because he had heaven form, it was also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there had been many Grotto-heavens which had appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and been a part of the vast changes of the new era. Among them, Fang Yuan had the deepest impression of 9 Phantoms Grotto-heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals of this Grotto-heaven mainly cultivated Phantom path. The entire Grotto-heaven could turn into Phantom form and thus be unaffected by calamities and tribulations. There was also Dao Formation Grotto-heaven. This Grotto-heaven's Gu immortals were extremely proficient in formation path, with layers of large formations tightly protecting the whole Grotto-heaven. There was also Holy Deceit Grotto-heaven. This Grotto-heaven's origin was even greater. Its original owner had a close relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he passed away, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceit Grotto-heaven that caused heavens to make wrong judgments about this Grotto-heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were reduced greatly and were passed extremely easily. These Grotto-heavens were living in seclusion while cultivating Gu immortals. Every Grotto-heaven contained many Gu immortals. They were all genuine super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. It was difficult to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal with just the resources from a Grotto-heaven. As such, powerful super forces were all based in the 5 regions which possessed rich and enormous amounts of resources. At the same time, the large population and intense competition between each other hastened the arrival of rank 8 Gu immortals. Summer went and autumn came. The turbulence of earth veins was becoming more frequent and numerous. Gu immortals welcomed this harvesting season. Western Desert. A delicate and beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow pierced the sky while leaving behind a trailing arc of light pink and struck an ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast had been moving rampantly the previous moment, but at the next moment, its whole body let out all kinds of lights as it collapsed to the ground loudly. Strong wind mixed with yellow sand blew. The entire ancient desolate beast turned into petals and dissipated completely. It is actually her. Gong Clan's second young Miss Gong Wuhua. Let's leave quickly. A group of Western Desert Gu immortals reluctantly looked at the newly created earth trench before retreating cleanly. Southern border. Rumble. Mountain ranges collapsed, causing dust to surge over hundreds of li. The earth quaked as a huge earth trench appeared, devouring the mountain ranges tyrannically. Ba Clan's 2 Gu immortals were looking at this with shock. This is a famous mountain, Sunny Mountain. It was actually destroyed by the earth trench. Such a pity. Bada's gaze shone with cold light. Hee. What's there to pity? The old mountain has collapsed. There will be a new one in the future. Didn't we discover a large amount of new spirit springs in our way? That's true. Earth vein turbulences are not only bringing wild Gu and Gu materials, they are also giving birth to many spirit springs. Do you think that is all? Bada looked down with no expression, but his face showed great expectation. Experts are popping out one after the other in the Gu immortal world. Didn't Western Desert see the rise of Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Bada, how could that Gong Wuhua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But wait until I advance to rank 8. Gong Wuhua won't be any threat indeed. Bada said proudly. The other Ba Clan Gu immortal was shocked and joyous. Lord, you are finally advancing to rank 8? I was on guard against various influences before, but now the Southern Alliance is established while the Alliance leader's position is still up in the air. Most crucially, there are countless cultivation resources appearing unceasingly which are enough for me to advance to rank 8. Naturally, there is one main reason. Bada's expression turned solemn. An unprecedented great era is descending, and I don't wish to be swallowed by the tides of this era. Chapter 1683, Venerable Talent Chirp Chirp Chirp. A large group of blinking birds that were surrounding a seven-colored cloud were flying around while chirping constantly to warn the invader. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil, but his gaze carried the trace of a smile. The blinking bird's warning was naturally nothing to him. This species of bird was a desolate beast, but they had low battle strength. They could not cause harm even with such a large scale. Their true power was in speed. Blinking birds were considered the fastest desolate beast. Once their speed erupted, they could escape the sight of a Gu immortal in the blink of an eye, thus having their name. Fang Yuan had concealed his aura and seemed like a mortal. But these blinking birds simply did not attack him. They innately sensed a pressure from the seemingly harmless Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fang Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking birds burst forth, disappearing within an instant. The seven-colored cloud that was densely surrounded by the birds was now floating alone. Fang Yuan sighed. He had intended to capture these blinking birds, but these blinking birds had an extremely fast response time, and Fang Yuan was also not highly proficient in concealing his aura. However, it did not matter if they escaped. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they would not be easy to raise. Their food was the white heaven floating dust that was specific to immemorial white heaven. It was not easy to gather, and a Gu immortal's immortal aperture could not produce them. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer to the seven-colored cloud. I didn't expect to run into a seven-colored cloud soil. Fang Yuan sighed. This thing looked like a cloud, but was actually a kind of soil, cloud soil. In Langya blessed land, Langya land spirit had condensed a large amount of cloud soil to form cloud cover continent, which always remained afloat in the sky of Langya blessed land. Cloud soil's greatest production area was in the immemorial nine heavens. Naturally, there were also a small number of resource points producing cloud soil in the 5 regions. A single-colored cloud soil was at most an ordinary Gu material, for example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil, or immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. In the present era, the most common single-colored cloud soil in the market was white cloud soil, which mostly originated from immemorial white heaven. Immemorial black heaven also had a lot of black cloud soil, but it was very risky as there were many soul beasts in black heaven. Once the cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 level immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fang Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material, and the value of such a large quantity was very high. After inspecting this large patch of 7-colored cloud soil, Fang Yuan discovered there were many bird nests in this soil, and they contained many eggs. These were the blinking bird's eggs. Fang Yuan was not surprised as the behavior of the blinking birds showed that they seemed to be protecting something. In fact, blinking birds were extremely cowardly even though they were desolate beasts. If there was even a slight disturbance, they would immediately fly away with their fastest speed. Fang Yuan could incubate these eggs for blinking birds. Incubating desolate beasts was not easy, but it would not be much of an issue to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not want to hatch them. Instead, he wanted to use these eggs as immortal materials to use when refining Gu. Blinking birds had quite a strict diet, and it was not easy to raise them. If he were to raise them, he would have to release them to immemorial white heaven from time to time, and this was too troublesome. Fang Yuan had deep pockets and did not care about profits from blinking birds. Ever since he refined the killer move heaven form over a month ago, Fang Yuan had been moving about in immemorial white heaven. On one hand, he was searching for immortal materials in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, he was refining Gu in his sovereign immortal aperture. A month in the outside world was a long time in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had obtained great success in refining Gu. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dog shit luck, time luck, and others were already advanced to rank 7. He had changed his original Gu refinement plan slightly, advancing luck path immortal Gu with priority. Over these days, he had similarly gained great harvests in immemorial white heaven, obtaining many immortal materials. This was due to the effect of these rank 7 luck path immortal Gu. Besides advancing ranks through refinement, Fang Yuan was also improving Gu refinement techniques. He knew way too many Gu recipes and also knew countless Gu refinement techniques. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but he was lacking in experience. Especially in the aspect of refining immortal Gu, he did not have a lot of experience at all. Genuine knowledge came from practice. Over this period of time, he had repeatedly advanced the ranks of his immortal Gu from which he discovered many of his problems and remedied all of them. At the same time, he also discovered many more Gu refinement techniques that suited him. At present, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of new insight and inspiration on Gu refinement. The success rate of his refinement had also increased by a large degree. There were still continuous earth vein turbulences in 5 regions. Gu Immortals obtained immortal materials and Immortal Gu. It was a time of great joy. But after thinking deeply, Fang Yuan still chose to explore immemorial White Heaven. If he went to snatch resources of the earth trenches from the 5 regions Gu Immortals, he would have to show himself and might very likely end up fighting. Each Immortal Gu's advancement increased Fang Yuan's strength by a little. But the degree of this increase was unable to offset the situation from exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly absorb these gains. Once an intense battle began, his accumulated rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be expended intensely. Fighting with Gu Immortals was much more dangerous than fighting fierce beasts. Although Fang Yuan spent immortal essence when exploring immemorial White Heaven, and there were many battles as well, he was relying on Heaven Form, which had a precise detection ability. If there were beasts that were too troublesome or powerful, he would take a detour. Heaven Form's detection range in immemorial White Heaven was truly very large, and could even easily discover many concealed beasts and plants. After all, it could even detect hidden Grotto-Heavens. It was natural for it to discover these fierce beasts and plants. The more amazing part was that Heaven Form did not use even a trace of Fang Yuan's immortal essence. This rank 9 killer move had unquestionable superiority and power. Fang Yuan had already exclaimed praise for it multiple times. Exploring the 5 regions surpassed exploring immemorial White Heaven in terms of danger and expenditure, and it was not as good as the latter in terms of benefits. Gu materials and immortal materials emerged endlessly from earth trenches, but these things needed Gu Immortals to arrange them properly before storing them into the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not easy. Many resources were interrelated or affected each other. As a result, most of the Gu Immortals in the 5 regions would sell these immortal materials obtained from earth trenches in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Their immortal apertures had limited space and could not be compared to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Many times, the immortal materials they obtained did not suit their immortal aperture's environment. There was another phenomenon because of the unceasing earth vein turbulences that was Treasure Yellow Heaven's business. More accurately, the transactions between Gu Immortals had increased explosively. Treasure Yellow Heaven was dozens of times as bustling than before. If Fang Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could totally buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. But Grotto-Heavens were different. Every Grotto-Heaven already had a complete and harmonious ecosystem. When Fang Yuan annexed them, it would save him a lot of trouble, and there was no need to consider anything. He could even increase the sovereign immortal aperture's size. His cultivation and Tao marks would also increase by a large degree, and calamities and tribulations could even be skipped. The benefits of annexing a Grotto-Heaven were too great. As for the wild immortal Gu that occasionally emerged from earth trenches, Fang Yuan was envious, of course, but these wild immortal Gu had always been top priority for Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan felt it was better for him to directly rob others' immortal Gu from the Grotto-Heavens since he had great thief ghost hand. Heavenly Court. The large formation slowly stopped. Fairy Ziwei opened her eyes which shined with sharp light. She mumbled, "Soul replacement killer move? Such ingenuity." Before leaving, she gave another glance at Spectral Soul, but did not try to make him surrender. Over these days, Fairy Ziwei had been frequently plundering Spectral Soul's memories, seizing his lifetime's cultivation gains. Fairy Ziwei could not help but admire Spectral Soul's shocking talent, and also acknowledge that in the field of Soul Path, even if Heavenly Court had already put in enormous efforts, they still could not match Spectral Soul. Such a pity that Spectral Soul is currently reduced to a prisoner. It really is a tragedy. He is the most destitute among all the Venerables. Actually, if he had remained dead, his name would have been left gloriously in history. Now, he cannot even seek death. Thinking of Spectral Soul who was still stubbornly resisting, Fairy Ziwei once again gritted her teeth hatefully. She was sure Spectral Soul still had important Dream Path research results. That was lead soul into Dream. Although Heavenly Court had already deciphered most of this move, it would still be extremely valuable if Heavenly Court obtained it. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul kept on resisting. Although he could not shoulder the entire Heavenly Court Grotto-Heaven strength, he was extremely crafty. He would leak some minor information and stall for time. The first time Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court strength, Spectral Soul was caught off guard, and the pure dream reality seeker physique's information was stolen. But when he recovered, Spectral Soul adopted the strategy of abandoning less important information to protect the true secrets. He was still resisting firmly. But your actions are in vain. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention's preparations are already undergoing. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored. At that time, Spectral Soul will fall into Fate's tracks and have no way to escape. The future of the Great Era belongs to our Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei thought of Feng Jinhuang. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique's information, Duke Long gave these research results to Feng Jinhuang, which could be considered as his first genuine knowledge imparting. Although these research results were someone else's work. One, because they needed to use Feng Jinhuang's Immortal Gu, they needed to deduce suitable immortal killer moves for her so that they could resolve the dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace. Fairy Ziwei spared no effort in deducing the killer moves, even deducing together with Feng Jinhuang. At the beginning, her and Duke Long's goal had only been to help Feng Jinhuang grow slightly faster. But who could have thought that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Jinhuang even found a method to improve the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique, creating a brand new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique body with none of its previous flaws. It could last indefinitely. One, the talent of a Venerable is truly too terrifying. In front of them, even I feel like I am just an ordinary person. Fairy Ziwei sighed mentally. Chapter 1684. Profound Literature. Grotto-Heaven. Immemorial. White Heaven. Fang Yuan was moving forward on an auspicious cloud. Half of his concentration was in the sovereign immortal aperture, and the other half was on guard. If it were before, Fang Yuan could not have split his concentration when refining Gu. But his gains were truly huge during this recent period of time. He lacked neither attainment levels nor Gu recipes. His only shortcoming had been insufficient hands-on practice. Personally, refining Gu helped him grow rapidly in this aspect. His success rate in refinement increased greatly, and so the amount of immortal materials wasted had also decreased by a lot. Refining Immortal Gu had always been a sinkhole. Besides Gu refinement, Fang Yuan was also plundering all kinds of natural resources from Immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion in Treasure Yellow Heaven and bought items he needed for refining Gu and managing his immortal aperture. Treasure Yellow Heaven's business was especially bustling. The turbulence in earth veins created a pressing demand for exchange of goods. In the 5 regions Gu immortal world, immortal material transactions in the market were very popular now. Naturally, the most popular business was still Time Path immortal materials. Heavenly Court did not stint on suppressing Fang Yuan. They would purchase all Time Path immortal materials even with a high price, showcasing an inexhaustible strength, displaying the robust and terrifying foundation of Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court found out that Fang Yuan had already obtained one of Red Lotus' true inheritances and possessed large amounts of Time Path immortal materials, who knew how they would feel? There are still 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu left. The others have all been advanced to rank 7. Fang Yuan's body suddenly shook. The auspicious cloud suddenly increased in speed. After a while, Fang Yuan saw Heaven form. The crane form killer move was continuously circling around an ordinary-looking spot that seemed to just be made of air. It discovered a Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan was joyous. Using the detection of Heaven form, this Grotto-Heaven's inner scenery was constantly transmitted to Fang Yuan's mind. So this Grotto-Heaven is called Profound Literature. Grotto-Heaven. It is actually a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Oh, there is such a large population, and they even have a unique cultivation style. Fang Yuan could not help but feel curious. Profound Literature. Grotto-Heaven's population was even larger than Langya Blessed Land's hairy men. Using an initial estimation, there was also a good number of Gu Immortals. This Grotto-Heaven mainly had information path Dao marks. Thus its environment naturally was suited to produce information path resources. Therefore, the Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here mainly cultivated information path and used information path Gu worms. Profound Literature. Grotto-Heaven had already been isolated from the outside world for many years, but because it had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, its heavenly spirit was muddle-headed. However, the immortal killer move of the original owner of Grotto-Heaven was still effective. This move was called Assisting Literary Talents. It seemed to be effective for as long as the Grotto-Heaven existed, and its effect was extremely unique. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto-Heaven. Mortals could sing good poems to attract hope Gu from far away and awaken their aperture. Gu Masters could create amazing poetry verses to obtain Gu worms or even raise their cultivation directly. It is somewhat of a pity that I cannot annex this Grotto-Heaven. I have quite a lot of poetic masterpieces stored in my mind. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he transferred his immortal essence into Heaven form. Heaven form slowly started to emit light, which moved into Profound Literature. Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan flew into the white light to enter the Grotto-Heaven. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man in a white robe and resembling a scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still inside the white light and could not make a move. The old man pushed his hand without any hesitation, Countless literary characters manifested immediately and shot forward like a storm. Heaven form did not have any offensive ability. The torrent of characters poured in, and the white light crumbled. Fang Yuan's situation became awkward. He could not advance. He could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu Immortal here. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. According to normal situations, a rank 8 Gu Immortal would rarely be born inside a Grotto-Heaven because the Grotto-Heaven's resources were not enough to support the emergence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, this profound literature Grotto-Heaven's heavenly spirit was in a muddle-headed state and could not open the immortal aperture's entrance, so Gu Immortals could not easily come out. Even if this rank 8 Gu Immortal had some skills and could secretly come out to immemorial White Heaven and plunder immortal materials, the risks were too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial White Heaven, along with all kinds of strange and dangerous areas which could pose threats to even rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was not a backyard for rank 8 Gu Immortals. They not only needed luck to gather resources here, they also had to take risks. Let's try another area. Fang Yuan reorganized himself and poured in immortal essence into Heaven form for the second time. Heaven form was a rank 9 killer move. It could connect to any Grotto-Heaven. He connected from the sky the first time. Now he chose to enter from underground. However, when he stepped into white light again and tried to sneak into profound literature Grotto-Heaven, that rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared timely before him again. You still dare to try again? With me here, you will never succeed. The rank 8 Gu Immortal immediately attacked. Fang Yuan was still inside the white light and felt helpless as he was unable to activate any other methods. With no way left, he could only let the white light be destroyed by the enemy while he retreated to the outside world once again. Fang Yuan's expression was unavoidably dark. He pondered, the two areas I chose should be vastly apart from each other, but I was actually detected and obstructed immediately. What defensive method is this? It was not strange that he was detected. After all, profound literature Grotto-Heaven was an information path. Grotto-Heaven and information path was most specialized in detection, gathering intel, and spreading news. However, the rank 8 Gu Immortal enemy was able to appear before Fang Yuan promptly. What method was this? Fang Yuan tried a few more times using not only Heaven form killer move, but also fixed immortal travel killer move as well, but was still found out and blocked. Fang Yuan required a very short time to pass through the white light, but this short period of time seemed endlessly long under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu Immortal. At this moment, Fang Yuan experienced what Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu felt when attacking Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the opponent, but with the enemy blocking the entrance of the Grotto-Heaven, he was not able to enter the Grotto-Heaven, and this felt really unpleasant. Profound literature Grotto-Heaven, I will be back. Fang Yuan chose to leave. Anyway, he already knew the position of profound literature Grotto-Heaven. It had annexed a 9 heavens fragment and could not be moved anymore. While Fang Yuan left with nothing, Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang to the bottom of the sea somewhere in eastern sea. Flood dragons roared, raising undercurrents and raging waves, but were helpless against Duke Long. Everything was tranquil around Duke Long as Feng Jin Huang stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang further down. Suddenly, there was a layer of ripple in front of Feng Jin Huang, as if they had broken a layer of formless membrane. Her pupils shrunk slightly as she discovered a large palace at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace. The whole palace shone with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. However, Dragon Palace was surrounded by a large dream realm. The dream realm was constantly moving, and its movement was quite fast. Dragon Palace was obscured from time to time by the dream realm, enticing the visitors. The dream realm kept on changing and moving. Although some gaps appeared occasionally which seemed to let others enter Dragon Palace, Duke Long was extremely cautious and would rather wait than take unnecessary risks. Right now, he already had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had borrowed Feng Jin Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Gu, while the deduction of the Immortal Killer Move was led by Fairy Ziwei. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly transformed into a human body with closed eyes. This is a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Moreover, it is perfect with no flaws. Duke Long's eye shone as he carefully sized it up. He had once been harmed by a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, thus he was slightly moved. Huang Air, your modification is truly brilliant. From now onwards, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Jin Huang blinked her eyes. Master, to be honest, I was only able to do so by coincidence. Because I created the killer move Shatter Dream previously, this modification was done based on its results. I had only thought of giving it a try, but who could have thought it would truly succeed? Duke Long smiled. No need to be insecure, my good disciple. Do you think your creation of Shatter Dream was a coincidence? This is part of fate's arrangement. It is fate that. Feng Huang immediately pouted. Master, can you stop saying things like that? I don't want to hear such words. If everything is fate's arrangement, then what's the point of me doing anything? Duke Long was stunned and wanted to say something but only gave a long sigh. All right, let's not talk about this now. Now is still too early for you. When the time comes, I believe you will comprehend it. Chapter 1685, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven Central Continent, Earth Trench. Roar. A giant desolate beast monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human Gu Immortal before it, it felt its whole body freezing. This coldness seemed to penetrate the soul itself, even freezing its heated blood. Immortal killer move. Blood turns cold. The attacker was none other than Fang Yuan's brother, Gu Fangzheng. Congratulations, Fangzheng. You are already able to freely utilize blood turns cold after these few days of use in combat. Zhao Lianyun slowly flew closer and said with a smile. Gu Fangzheng looked at the frozen giant monkey corpse, the red light in his eyes slowly dissipating. His expression was tranquil as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Lianyun. I am flattered. It was all thanks to you protecting me from the side over these days. Otherwise, how would I gain such good opportunities to practice my killer move? The turbulence in Central Continent's earth veins was quite frequent, and all the super forces fell into an awkward situation where they did not have enough manpower. To suppress their own internal situation, Immortal Crane Sect had sent Fangzheng out. Naturally, Fangzheng's movement was constantly monitored by Heavenly Court, and as long as there were no mishaps, Heavenly Court was happy to see Fangzheng growing stronger. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Gu and returned to Central Continent, receiving the support of Heavenly Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Revenge Immortal Gu, he also obtained Cold Blood Immortal Gu during his immortal ascension. Fairy Ziwei had already made proper arrangements, giving Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves to Fangzheng. Now, he was already proficient in the killer move Blood Turns Cold and could use it proficiently in battles. Eastern Sea, at a certain area in the depths of the sea. Duke Long and Feng Huang had already been refining the Dream Realm for several days now. The Dream Realm surrounding Dragon Palace was much larger than they thought. Duke Long had used the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation to refine dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but new Dream Realms were still spreading out from Dragon Palace to fill the gaps. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation was only a rank 6 killer move and had limited might because its core Immortal Gu, Dream Wings, was only at rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, Duke Long could borrow this special vessel to move in the Dream Realm freely and enter Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's objective this time was this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Without eliminating this Dream Realm, he would not be able to safely take this Immortal Gu house. While Duke Long was condensing Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Feng Huang was cultivating wholeheartedly. She was mainly researching the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Sometimes, she would move her soul into a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and sometimes, she would research in her main body. Shadow Sect's Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique pursued stability, so it could not live long. Dream realms are ever-changing. Their special trait is uncertainty. So I walked the path of Shatter Dream and made it more unstable. The result was that under the deduction of Lady Ziwei, double negative turned into positive, obtaining the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. Every time Feng Huang thought back to this, she felt she had gotten lucky. Could it be this is the effect of fate? It wants to borrow my efforts to bring forth the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. Feng Huang quickly shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She recalled the words of her master, Duke Long. Huang Heir, although you have researched the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, it is still not enough. You need to research this achievement thoroughly to use it in your cultivation. When you find out how to advance your physique to Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, it will be the time for your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Huang's accumulation was already enough for immortal ascension, but she was always stopped by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Huang was very excited but also in a dilemma. How could she understand Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique thoroughly? Feng Huang was pondering about this issue as Duke Long waited patiently. Am I pushing her too hard? After all, transforming her own physique into the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique involves the profundities of human path. The legends of Renzu clearly stated the 10 extreme physiques were created by Renzu. These are all human path profundities. Perhaps I can impart my gains when I read the legends of Renzu back then to her. Duke Long was known as the ancestor of the Dragon Man. The birth of the new variant human race, Dragon Man, was brought about by Duke Long alone. And Duke Long's achievement was a result of his comprehension of the legends of Rinzhu. Although I took Feng Jin Huang as my disciple, I have not taught her anything. She probably cannot meet my requirements, but it is better if I teach her the profundities of Dragon Men. Of course, I still need to warn her that she must not create any Dragon Men. No, according to her nature, she might secretly create them. Huang Er is different from Hong Ting, especially her personality and perception of fate. Sigh, people's hearts have changed since ancient times. This kind of dangerous thinking should be unrelated to Bai Qing. It is probably Feng Jiuji's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Jiugu and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo! Feng Jiugu rubbed his nose. His body was filled with bloody stains. He mumbled, "Who is talking behind my back?" He was in a very miserable state. His robe was mostly torn apart, revealing his robust and muscular chest. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up blood. Two Gu immortals who were hidden revealed themselves. They looked at Feng Jiuji's heavily injured appearance, but had joyous expressions. Congratulations, Lord Feng Jiugu, on advancing to rank 8. Feng Jiugu nodded lightly. He felt no excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. There were always all kinds of shackles holding him back. After all, he had a family, and was also the most important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is no big deal. Although I now have White Lychee Immortal Essence, I will need time to accumulate it. I don't have enough funds to advance my core Immortal Gu to rank 8. Even if I have the funds, I will need others to help me refine Gu. Maybe I can rely on Heavenly Court for this. Feng Jiugu thought about his Dao Guardian status, which had a lot of exploitable value. But the crucial thing is the inspiration I got from the legends of Rinzhu when undergoing the tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song about destiny from this. Heaven and earth has fate, everything is arranged by it. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything and everyone in the world has the chance to shine brilliantly now. Destiny Song will portray this brilliance. It will describe the certainty and uncertainty of heaven and earth, as well as the paths of all life. A period of time passed yet again. Immemorial White Heaven. Fang Yuan gazed excitedly at the heaven-formed crane, which was flying around in circles. Found it. I have finally found a second Grotto-Heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Good, it has not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. Chapter 1686, Giant Monster Fang Yuan. One after searching for so many days, Fang Yuan found another Grotto-Heaven, and it had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path Grotto-Heaven. My transformation path attainment level is somewhat insufficient. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in transformation path. He was lacking attainment by an entire level. The lack of attainment level was not an issue because it could be resolved with Dream Realms. Southern Border had plenty of transformation path Dream Realms, which were enough for Fang Yuan to break through to Great Grandmaster attainment in transformation path. It was just that he would have to face some hurdles. Besides Dream Realms, Fang Yuan had another backup method for transformation path attainment level. It was to use Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu, Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture, as well as Reckless Savage's true meaning in the Northern Icy Plain. The original owner of this Grotto-Heaven was a transformation path rank 8 Gu Immortal who had passed 1 Myriad Tribulation. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had to pass 3 Myriad Tribulations, after that was rank 9. Myriad Tribulations were terrifying and were also called Apocalyptic Myriad Tribulation. To rank 8 Gu Immortals, there was a huge danger of dying, but also the chance to rapidly progress in their cultivation. 1 Myriad Tribulation and 2 Myriad Tribulations were classifications of a rank 8 Gu Immortal's cultivation level. If Fang Yuan annexed this Grotto-Heaven, his cultivation would immediately soar to 1 Myriad Tribulation level. Such terrifying progress could definitely make Heavenly Court panic. Duke Long and Bo Qing were also only at 2 Myriad Tribulations level. Passing the 3rd Myriad Tribulation would be rank 9. Duke Long, however, knew he was not cut out for that, so he merged his Immortal Aperture with Heavenly Court, changing to a Phantom Aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing tried to advance but perished. Since this beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven has not annexed a 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass the calamities and tribulations? It would not be easy for it to repeatedly pass calamities and tribulations just using its own strength. In the past, Langyaland Spirit was afraid of calamities and tribulations, so he lowered his Grotto-Heaven to a blessed land. This was a very wise choice. Of course, the method to downgrade a Grotto-Heaven to blessed land was extremely rare and was not something any Grotto-Heaven could use. Heaven form flew in circles while transmitting information. Fang Yuan discovered a peculiar phenomenon. This Grotto-Heaven's calamities and tribulations were of one kind. They were all beast calamities. Beast calamities were a type of tribulation. Sometimes they would be formed from desolate beasts, and sometimes from ancient desolate beasts. In this Grotto-Heaven, heavenly tribulations were desolate beast calamities, grand tribulations were ancient desolate beast calamities, and myriad tribulations were immemorial desolate beast calamities. What method is this? It can actually restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. If everything is a beast calamity, it will be really easy to deal with them. After all, beasts have physical form and are not difficult to block, unlike rain, wind, and fog. As heaven forms continued to probe, Fang Yuan discovered deeper information. He sighed. So this Grotto-Heaven is not restricting calamities and tribulations, but transforming any calamities and tribulations into a beast calamity. Truly an amazing method. There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations, but their formation would be influenced in this beast calamity Grotto-Heaven, transforming into ferocious beasts in the end. Apart from Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu and Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture, Fang Yuan finally encountered another method that was targeted towards calamities and tribulations. That was beast calamity. Transformation. Every Grotto-Heaven that can continuously exist is not simple. Profound literature Grotto-Heaven is like this. Beast calamity Grotto-Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto-Heaven contains a huge population and countless resources, and more importantly, the method of beast calamity transformation. I need to get this method. It will be very useful in dealing with my tribulations. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan transferred his white lychee immortal essence to the heaven form crane. A while light slowly expanded as Fang Yuan flew in. He was not blocked by any rank 8 Gu immortal this time, because there was no rank 8 existence in this beast calamity Grotto-Heaven. However, when he was entering, the whole Grotto-Heaven started shaking. A profound and vast strength came from every direction, not only influencing the white light, but also exerting pressure on Fang Yuan. What is this? Fang Yuan was slightly bewildered at first before quickly reaching realization. There was a strange expression on his face. So it is like this. I am not from this Grotto-Heaven and came from the outside world, because my strength is too powerful and the Grotto-Heaven wants to reject me. It is treating me as a tribulation. This beast calamity Grotto-Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into all kinds of beasts. Currently, this force was influencing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered. It is possible to forcibly resist this strength, but I fear our fight might end up destroying this method. Although Heaven Form discovered several inheritance grounds which the original owner left, what if the beast calamity transformation method is not recorded there? Just in case, it was better to maintain beast calamity Grotto-Heaven in its original state and not destroy any crucial arrangement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan boldly retracted his defenses. He then felt endless temporary transformation path Dao marks being added to his body. At the same time, his other Dao marks also changed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing. Transformation path can project every path. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. Right now, this transformation has been turned upside down, changing other paths' Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan sighed and praised repeatedly. This method is beyond ordinary. It seems to involve the deepest profundity of transformation path. It feels like I only need to get in and out of here a few times and let this influence affect my body to comprehend the true essence of this method. Of course, the quickest method is to charge to those several inheritance grounds and seize the true inheritances there. I can check if there is the original record of beast calamity transformation. Fang Yuan's body was transforming and constantly expanding. He gradually turned unrecognizable as he transformed into a beast. If not for Heaven Form already inspecting clearly that this transformation had no side effects, Fang Yuan would not have dared to accept this kind of influence. Bellow. After a while, Fang Yuan turned into a large monster with a bull head and human body. He was as large as a mountain, his skin as tough as steel, bull hair filled his body, and his nose let out rough breathing noises as he took large steps forward. The whole beast calamity Grotto-Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky and saw Fang Yuan. After a momentary daze, screams and shouts filled the sky. Monster! A monster has appeared again. This monster is so large, its aura is also completely different from the previous ones. Quickly call our beast warriors. Under countless people's anxious anticipation, a combat beast warrior appeared. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He looked plain, and his expression was serious as he moved to the top of the city wall. There is only one record of such a huge monster appearing in history. I can feel an incomparably terrifying force with just one glance at it. He sighed inwardly while clenching his fists, the fire of battle intent rising in his eyes. But for my homeland, to defend love and justice, I will defeat this monster no matter what. Come, my combat beast, transform one. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and his whole body started to emit light. Shortly, an eagle cry could be heard. A silver-white giant eagle flew over from the horizon. This was an ancient desolate beast. When the silver-white giant eagle's body also started to emit light. The middle-aged man jumped while the silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The lights on both grew increasingly brighter, and when the two met in the air, the two lights merged together. Boom. The lights dissipated. With an eagle head, human body, and two wings on his back, a beast warrior as tall as the city wall showed up. The crowd immediately cried out in joy. He's here. Our eagle warrior has appeared. Go eagle warrior, kill this giant monster. We support you. You will definitely succeed. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Eagle Warrior flew to the sky and charged towards Fang Yuan. He cried out in his mind, I won't let anyone down. Come, let us have a great fight. Bam. A crisp sound echoed. The silent Fang Yuan slammed down on Eagle Warrior with a single slap. Boom. Eagle Warrior's body drew an arc in the sky like a falling meteor before fiercely colliding on the ground, forming a huge crater with dust flying everywhere. The crowd went silent. An intense dizziness almost sent Eagle Warrior unconscious. He used all his strength to conquer it before barely subduing the dizziness. He then slowly climbed out of the deep crater. What happened? I was actually slammed to the ground by this monster. Eagle Warrior reacted only after a long while. Recalling that scene, his eyes revealed an intense fright. That speed just now? This is absurd. How can such a large body have such nimbleness? This is impossible. Chapter 1687. Monster Rampages. Normally, such an enormous monster should have a boorish nature with great strength. It is impossible for it to have such agility and speed. Eagle Warrior stood up from the deep crater. His head was filled with cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a second. Could that attack be this monster's combat technique? He looked at Fang Yuan, who had turned into a giant monster with bull head and human body, the enormous shadow shrouding Eagle Warrior. Eagle Warrior slowly regained his courage as he thought about this. You have a combat technique. I also have a combat technique. I already know your combat technique, but a stupid large animal like you cannot understand my combat technique. That's right. As long as I can grasp the opportunity, I definitely have the chance to win. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior's eyes emitted hopeful light. He stood up. That's right. How could Eagle Warrior be knocked out instantly? Go, Eagle Warrior, we believe in you. Seeing Eagle Warrior stand up, the dead silent city suddenly erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. An eagle cry resounded. Eagle Warrior flapped his wings and flew to the sky again. You have a combat technique. I also have a combat technique. Monster, let me show you my combat technique. Silver illusion. Eagle Warrior shouted. At the next moment, his body suddenly turned illusory, splitting into 6 illusory images. They were all lifelike and had no difference from the real body. In an instant, the real and fake Eagle Warriors surrounded Fang Yuan and flew above him in a circle. The commotion in the city immediately surged to a whole new level. Look, it is Eagle Warrior's silver illusion combat technique. He finally used it. Look. That monster looks dazed. It does not know which one to attack. The chance of victory is here. Go. Kill that giant monster. Eagle Warrior is truly too cool. Eagle Warrior heard the cheers of the crowd, which amplified his courage and battle intent in his heart. But he was cool-headed inwardly. I must use this chance to make a definite strike. Even if I cannot kill this monster, I need to be able to heavily injure it. After all, combat techniques consume a huge amount of stamina and cannot be used repeatedly. That's why, even if this monster is powerful, it cannot repeatedly use its combat techniques. I will first use illusions to make it attack and waste its stamina. After it depletes its own strength, when it has no stamina left, I might be able to capture it alive. Eagle Warrior actually wanted to capture Fang Yuan alive. Although Fang Yuan could not sense this thought, he clearly saw through Eagle Warrior's combat technique. Eagle Warriors constantly buzzed around Fang Yuan. Occasionally, one or two suddenly swept down and attacked Fang Yuan with their sharp claws and beak. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without evading. These Eagle Warriors were all illusions with no real threat in their attacks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a dead giveaway. Fang Yuan was calm and composed, laughing inwardly. This Grotto-Heaven is somewhat interesting. First of all, the interaction between mortals and Gu Immortals was interesting. They were harmonious. Different from the 5 regions outside world where mortals were like ants and Gu Immortals were high and above. In this Grotto-Heaven, Gu Immortals were the guardian spirits of mortals. More importantly, they were even keen to take on this guardian duty. From this point, Fang Yuan could see the trace of a paradise. But this was not strange. Every Grotto-Heaven formed its own small world. If there was little contact with the outside world of the 5 regions, the Grotto-Heaven would form a different social structure and create a style unique to itself. Secondly, the battle style and cultivation method of Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here was interesting too. For instance, the opponent before Fang Yuan had merged with an ancient desolate beast, silver-white giant eagle, to create a kind of human-beast fusion battle form. This was clearly a transformation path method, and its advantage was extremely obvious. Normally, Gu Immortals would need to expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves. But the Gu Immortals here only needed to merge with a desolate beast and could possess combat techniques. The so-called combat technique was just the innate abilities of some desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. It was like Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, which could enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was known as combat technique by the people here. It did not expend immortal essence, but had a huge demand on stamina, even having some other cost like sacrificing a part of the body or some lifespan. Be they combat techniques, Immortal Gu, or Immortal Killer moves, if we trace their origin, they were all just in essence, Dao. Because desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts have dense Dao mark accumulation on their bodies, and the fact that certain areas in their bodies have a higher concentration of Dao marks, they would possess innate abilities or combat techniques. Immortal Gu were fragments of the great Dao. They represented certain laws of heaven and earth. There was no need to talk about Immortal Killer moves. They were usually a combination of several Immortal Gu and a large amount of Mortal Gu. They were an organized combination of Dao marks and great Dao fragments, which went through specific profound procedures to achieve a greater overall effect and power. In fact, the most primitive Immortal Killer moves had been created by Gu Immortals who used the Dao mark distribution of desolate beasts as reference. They imitated and experimented with these distributions and created Immortal Killer moves eventually. The Gu Immortals here can merge with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to use the beast's innate ability. They don't need to spend painstaking effort to refine any Immortal Gu and can also save on the danger and cost of training and creating Immortal Killer moves. This advantage was truly prominent. Immortal Gu were hard to find, and every Immortal Gu was unique. But there was a lot of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could be found in groups. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts possessing innate talents would often look stupid because of their lack of intelligence. But after they merged with Gu Immortals, the Gu Immortals would possess their innate talents, and they would also possess the Gu Immortals' wisdom. This was a win-win situation for both parties. Their advantages made up for each other's deficiency. But this method is not flexible enough. There is only a fixed method to use when fighting. Innate abilities are not varied enough and easily targeted and restricted. They are full of shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw through the disadvantages. But overall, this method's advantages are still huge, far surpassing the disadvantages. If it is popularized, the 5 regions will definitely welcome it with open arms. Fortunately, this method was not leaked out in my previous life. Otherwise, my memories would have been completely different. Because this method was simply the best way to mass-produce Gu Immortal battle strength. Although it could not affect high-level battle strength, it was enough to turn around some situations. The 5 regions had many rank 6 Gu Immortals who did not have even one Immortal Gu. And these people were the majority of the Gu Immortal world in every region. When one region had this method while another did not, and they had a fight, based on the mid to low-level Gu Immortal battles, the region with this method would have a high chance of winning. This fusion ability is not anything new, but it has never prospered. The greatest obstacle is the conflict between Dao marks. But this Grotto-Heaven has a method to turn other Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. So Gu Immortals can casually fuse with desolate beasts. This fusion method is the same as Beast Calamity's transformation method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted possession of this transformation path method even more. I have proper things to do. These flies should stop bothering me. As he thought to himself, Fang Yuan activated a time path method. His current time path killer moves were no longer like before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he shockingly discovered that time around him had slowed down by countless times. This time has become so slow. How is this possible? Eagle Warrior was thoroughly horrified. He was quite confident in his speed, but with time itself being influenced, he was unable to display his greatest advantage, speed. Let's end this. Fang Yuan extended his palms slowly. His 10 fingers opened up and grabbed the 2 eagle wings. Darn it, darn it. Move, move. Eagle Warrior roared inwardly, but despite using all his strength to fly, he only flew a meager distance. Swish. At the next instance, Fang Yuan exerted strength, tearing apart the two wings instantly. 2 up. Eagle Warrior's expression was twisted in pain. Blood flowed out from the wounds on his back, gushing out wildly like a fountain. Eagle Warrior. No. Countless people cried out in shock. Fear and horror took over their high spirits from earlier. Some even fainted on the spot, while some covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly put his hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart thumped madly as he felt an intense aura of death. So this was its combat technique? Slowing down time, truly a terrifying combat technique. But even if I die here, it was of some value. At least, I managed to expose its secret. Thinking so, Eagle Warrior screamed loudly, "Monster! So what if you kill me? There are still many beast warriors coming to kill you. Your death is all, but, bam." Fang Yuan exerted strength in between his hands, and like a watermelon smashing on the ground, Eagle Warrior's head burst, white-red brain matter and bones splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan relaxed his palms. Plop! The headless Eagle Warrior corpse fell on the ground, creating a dust cloud. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was gigantic, the tall city walls could only reach his knees. His expression was tranquil, but his bullhead horrified countless people. White cloud moved beside his shoulders, and what should have been a clear sky was blocked by his enormous figure, his shadow shrouding everyone's heart. There was a huge crowd in the city, but no one made a sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan slowly moved towards the city one. At the next moment, like an explosion, countless people began to scream and cry as they started escaping in all directions like headless flies. From high up in Fang Yuan's vision, these mortals looked like a group of ants that were dispersing through the 4 city gates. Fang Yuan ignored them and continued to move towards the city. Bam! His calf knocked into the city wall, instantly causing it to collapse entirely. He walked on the city's main street, but even if it were to enlarge by 5 to 6 times, Fang Yuan's heel would still cover the whole street. Buildings crumbled like small paper boxes as Fang Yuan knocked into them. There were also some unlucky mortals who were directly stepped into meat paste. Bellow! The monster Fang Yuan let out a roar, his giant body crossing a forest while destroying countless gigantic trees easily. Retreat, retreat. Deer Warrior was holding a long spear. He was coughing out blood as he went to face Fang Yuan, using his life to fight for time for Spirit Spring Forest inhabitants. But in the end, Deer Warrior's neck was snapped by Fang Yuan, dying a miserable death. The image ended here, creating a buzzing commotion in the hall. Tens of energetic and vigorous warriors, men and women, old and young, were talking in low voices. Their speech and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this time, an emaciated old man coughed twice from a raised platform. The hall immediately fell silent. All the beast warriors looked at the old man with respectful gazes. The old man spoke. "You have seen the images. Since the bull-headed demon god descended, it has destroyed Sacred Eagle City, Dark Valley, and Spirit Spring Forest." A red-haired boar shouted. "Lord Combat Beast King, what are we still waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here and are waiting for your command to eradicate this bull-headed demon god." "Yes, Lord, give us the command. We can't wait anymore. We have already gotten information about bull-headed demon god. Eagle Warrior and Deer Warrior died miserably at his hands. We must avenge them." Many combat beast warriors spoke. The collective mood in the hall was stirred into agitation. The old man only extended his hand and pressed down. The hall fell silent once again. He continued. "Sigh, looks like you still don't truly realize the severity of this beast calamity. I know that everyone present here has outstanding battle achievements, but this monster is different from normal. More accurately, if we don't deal with this properly, it might lead to the end of the world." "What do you mean?" "This monster is strong indeed, but haven't there been giant monsters who have killed several combat beast warriors before? This monster is large and possesses 2 combat techniques. Its time-slowing combat technique is especially troublesome, but it can also be countered." The old man shook his head, saying with a solemn expression, "This bull-headed demon god has bottomless strength. It could be said to be among the most terrifying beasts. You should know how the first-generation combat beast king died, right?" All the combat beast warriors were visibly moved at these words. "Lord Combat Beast King, you mean? No way. Is this giant monster at that level?" The old man nodded slowly. "This Star Snail Hall we are currently in is the corpse of Star Sea Snail. The first-generation combat beast king was the strongest combat beast warrior in history, but to kill the Star Sea Snail, he had to sacrifice his life. And this bull-headed demon god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply sent the hall into complete pin-drop silence. So, the old man looked at his surroundings and continued. "I assembled everyone to move together to kill this bull-headed demon god, but we actually don't have a high chance of winning. You must use all your strength for us to have a chance of victory. Please battle with the awareness that you are going to die. Awareness of death, someone mumbled. Someone suddenly laughed. The mood suddenly became invigorated. The combat beast warriors had a similar fire burning in their eyes. Their battle-intent soared. I already had the awareness of sacrificing for my homeland long ago. Yes, so what if I have to sacrifice my life in order to save the lives of my family and friends? We can't let this bull-headed demon god continue to wreak havoc. So what if it is comparable to the star sea snail? I believe my fist, and I believe in everyone. Yes, I believe in my comrade's strength. The first-generation combat beast king fought alone, but we are different. We have each other. Free some people. Shouted. Some people raised their arms. The morale continued to rise. The old man showed a gratified smile. Good. I am going to merge with the star sea snail shell and transport you all. We will besiege the bull-headed demon god and catch it off guard. Remember, the future of this world is weighing on your shoulders. We understand. The star sea snail shell began to shake. Fang Yuan was walking on a wasteland. He still had the appearance of a monster with a bull head and human body. His size was as tall as a mountain, his shoulders at the height of the clouds, and his steps created craters. Each step of his produced an earth-shaking sound. The first-generation combat beast king should be this Grotto-Heaven's original owner. Fang Yuan was already certain. He had destroyed 3 locations and took away inheritances of beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven's original owner. These inheritances were intact, and although they had lasted for many years, they were not taken away by other combat beast warriors. The cultivation method of merging with beasts is convenient, but unfortunately, is not the proper Gu cultivation method. This kind of path only gets narrower the more one walks on it. So these people aren't even aware of Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. His gaze became vigilant. At the next moment, starlight overflowed and combat beast warriors appeared one after the other, surrounding him tightly. Monster, go and die. For the peace of the world, I will have no regrets even if I have to sacrifice everything. Everyone, attack together. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends. Even if the monster is stronger, it is not our match. The battle started suddenly. At the same time, at a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. Master, it's done. There are no longer any more dream realms coming out. Feng Jinhuang looked at the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace with excitement. Duke Long nodded. Our painstaking effort over the past few days was not in vain. The greatest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered by a layer of dream realms. Although the framework is not disturbed, the entire Immortal Gu House has already stopped working. It is the perfect chance for us to take it now. As Duke Long pondered, a past memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope grandfather likes it. A dragonman youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast happiness seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that in order to capture this happiness seahorse, 7th young master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were human Gu immortals as well, but most were dragon men. Among these dragon men, there were Gu immortals as well as mortal Gu masters. They were all Duke Long's descendants. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He created the dragon man variant human race. 7th young master, a rank 6 dragon man Gu immortal, was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good, good, Grandpa accepts your gift. Duke Long smiled affectionately. Distinguished guests and grandchildren filled the hall. This filled Duke Long's chest with warmth. But now, Duke Long suddenly returned to reality. There was only the dark and cold seawater around him and that deathly silent dragon palace. The past was no more. The warmth that once filled his heart had already been buried in history. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke, his expression calm as his sharp gaze scanned several areas. As expected of heavenly courts, Duke Long, you have such keen perception. An old woman slowly revealed herself. She was hunchbacked. She had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face to her arms and to her whole body. Duke Long, we are definitely going to obtain this immortal Gu house. Another Gu immortal appeared. He was dressed in a white robe. He looked young and was handsome. Your central continent wants to take what belongs to our eastern sea? Humph. The third Gu immortal snorted coldly. He was robust and his triangular eyes shone with cold light. The final Gu Immortal slowly approached Duke Long from behind. He wore a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Was it easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you sending yourselves to death by coming before me? Duke Long was still relaxed even when he was surrounded by 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. No need to speak nonsense. Let's fight. Shi Miao took the lead. A huge battle erupted. Chapter 1689. Failure Immemorial White Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Bull Demon, face this move. A golden-haired ape shouted as it charged towards Fang Yuan while carrying the might of wind and thunder. Bull-headed demon god Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, quietly looking at the golden-haired ape approaching him. Only when the ape reached in front of him did he lift his hand slightly. Swoosh. At the next moment, his fist that was raised from knee level suddenly appeared right before his chest. A straight punch. It was an ordinary movement, but in Fang Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired ape could react, it felt an incomparable strength that sent it flying backwards. Bam! After flying a short arc in the air, the golden-haired ape crashed into a mountain. Rocks and boulders were smashed and fell down, burying him. What kind of strength is this? Even Golden Ape is not its match. I have never seen such strength matched with such speed. It is indeed a monster on the same level as the Star Sea Snail. Besides the buried Golden Ape, there were several combat beast warriors around the battlefield, but right now, they all felt a chill as they saw Golden Ape sending. Pull yourself together. This is clearly a combat technique. It will expend its stamina intensely if it uses it many times. One of the combat beast warriors, Lightning Lion, roared. Fang Yuan had already defeated most of the combat beast warriors sent by Combat Beast King, but there were still 5 who had some strength left. They were the strongest 5 combat beast warriors. There were 2 lion warriors, Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion. The former had a lion head and human body, and grasped lightning powers, while the latter had a human head and lion body, and had extremely powerful recovery. A mountain-sized mollusk, called stone mollusk. Its 2 large shells were open and could spit out countless meteor-like stones. A gigantic rhinoceros that looked like it was forged from steel. It was called Steel Rush. The last one was an exquisite frost butterfly with the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. Stupid bull, you are trapped. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Frost energy burst forth, covering Fang Yuan's head and shoulders, and quickly spreading down. Roar. Steel Rush let out a loud roar as it rushed straight towards Fang Yuan, causing an earthquake. Have a taste of my new combat technique. Stone Mollusk suddenly started moving in circles rapidly, letting out an astonishing speed as it closed in on Fang Yuan. Its 2 shells opened, and it clamped down on Fang Yuan's whole lower half. At the next moment, Steel Rush fiercely knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. Freezing air had frozen Fang Yuan's arms in a large block of deep blue profound ice. The time is now. Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from the left and right. Die! The 5 of them shouted together. Their battle intent soared to their peak state. Boom! An intense explosion occurred, causing boundless surging air currents. The 5 combat beast warriors were like small planks in a hurricane as they coughed out blood and were sent flying away by the air currents. In the dust cloud, a mountain-sized black figure was gradually revealed. Fang Yuan quietly stood on his original spot. He looked at the 5 combat beast warriors that wanted to fight him struggle on the ground, before continuing to move ahead. Bam bam bam. His every step shook the surrounding land, and left behind large footprints. Damn it. Don't leave. Stop it. Combat beast warriors struggled to stand up, but only Lightning Lion was able to barely stand up. It is Lightning Lion. Go, you must stop this monster. Lightning Lion charged towards Fang Yuan without any fear once again. His gaze was filled with resolute light. If you want to slaughter the others, you will have to step past my corpse. Boom. No one saw how Fang Yuan attacked. They only saw Lightning Lion getting slammed back at an even faster speed. The giant lion's body was dragged along the ground, creating a 30-meter-sized gully before it stopped. Lightning Lion fainted. There was no movement from him anymore. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He had controlled himself and did not take the lives of these people. Different from when he had just invaded, after inheriting several inheritances, his attitude had already changed. Right now, the way he looked at it, everything in this beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven was his property. This naturally included these combat beast warriors. There is the final inheritance, ground left. As long as I take this inheritance, I can combine all the inheritance contents and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan reached before the star sea snail. The star sea snail was an immemorial, desolate beast, but the one in front of Fang Yuan was only its corpse. Beast Calamity Immortal had been heavily injured when fighting the star sea snail and had suffered a fatal, irrecoverable wound. On his deathbed, he had left behind the inheritances and also forged this star sea snail into the final inheritance ground. Bull-headed demon god, I have been waiting for you. This generation's combat beast king stood on the top of the star sea snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old and was like a small ant when compared to Fang Yuan's size. But this ant's eyes burned with blazing flames. Starlight suddenly shined on the star sea snail's body and covered the old man's body. Several breaths later, the starlight became eye-piercing. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan, only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh, so this method is not limited to live beasts. It can even be used on an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised, but shortly afterwards, he understood. This transformation path method was reliant on Dao marks and did not differentiate between alive or dead targets. Although the star sea snail was dead, its shell still retained a vast number of star path Dao marks which could be used by the old man. This should be this Grotto-Heaven's greatest trump card, right? Unfortunately, even if it were a living star sea snail, it would be no match for me, let alone its corpse that has lost so many Dao marks since its death. Fang Yuan mentally sneered as he charged towards the star-armored giant. The battle was intense, but the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the scarred battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly, while the star-armored giant was collapsed on the ground on the verge of death. There is no hope. The other combat beast warriors who had come to help out in the battle were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were pale. Starlight shined. The star-armored giant once again turned back into the current generation combat beast king, and there was also the star sea snail shell with cracks all over it. Fang Yuan examined for a while and discovered the profundities within the star sea snail. He laughed and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were dumbstruck and shaken. What did I just hear? That giant monster spoke. It can actually speak human language? Am I hearing things because I am too old and am about to die soon? The combat beast king mumbled with a dull expression. But at the next moment, an even more astonishing scene played out. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit flew towards Fang Yuan along with several Immortal Gu. The Heavenly Spirit was in the form of a young Qilin. It spoke with a crisp and clear sound. Foreign Gu Immortal, although you came here and obtained many inheritances, you have not obtained my full recognition. You recklessly killed innocent people and rampaged wildly. You are powerful, but you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for Immortal Gu and this Grotto-Heaven's inheritance rights, don't even think about it. Oh, Fang Yuan let out laughter filled with deep meaning. The young Qilin was solemn. I know what you are thinking. Even I won't be able to win against you if you use force. But I can make these Immortal Gu self-detonate and destroy the Grotto-Heaven. You will gain nothing from this. Fang Yuan was silent. He felt somewhat troubled when he saw the young Qilin's resolute look. A heavenly spirit was like a land spirit, it would not lie. Fang Yuan was unable to inspect where Beast Calamity Immortal's Immortal Gu were, and his bloodlight spirit suppression was not high enough level to pose sufficient threat to the Grotto-Heaven's heavenly spirit. So, it was like this. The combat beast warriors here were originally a part of the inheritance. I realized Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. After a long while of silence, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Even if you understand now, it is too late. Everyone only has one chance. But you are not leaving empty-handed. According to the main body's arrangements, Immortal Killer moves will be handed to you. The heavenly spirit had made its point clear. It wanted him to leave. After Fang Yuan obtained these Immortal Killer moves, he did not remain or use force, leaving Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven through the entrance which was opened by the heavenly spirit. 1 Eastern Sea. The battle between 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals was astonishing. 1 large sea waves and tsunamis surged. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Undercurrents rose in the sea. Poison path, water path, soul path, and all kinds of terrifying methods had already exterminated all living beings in the surroundings. If you have any methods left, use them. Duke Long was still relaxed. Feng Jinhuang was standing beside him. She was completely safe with not even a hair out of place. But right now, her face was filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was seeing the fight between rank 8 Gu Immortals at such a close distance. This had truly broadened her perspective. Granny Rome, Yang Zihe, and others were solemn and distressed. After truly exchanging moves, they tasted Duke Long's power. Although Duke Long was alone and had a burden, Feng Jinhuang, The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually unable to gain an upper hand since the start. Despite the 4 immortals using all their strength, they were unable to change the situation. Right now, they already saw signs of defeat. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Besides an immortal Venerable or a demon Venerable, we have no way to deal with him. Such powerful strength, as expected of Heavenly Court, as expected of Duke Long, the morale of Granny Rome, Yang Zihe, and the others had already sunk to rock bottom. Damn it. We plotted to get Dragon Palace for so long, but Heavenly Court is going to take it away. Sai, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match, and with us being on guard against each other, we cannot cooperate completely. There is no meaning in staying. Seeing there was no choice, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s left immediately. Duke Long did not give chase. His goal this time was Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, and his goal never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by Dream Realms and has already fallen apart. I wonder how many Gu are still remaining? How many core Immortal Gu are damaged? Duke Long sighed inwardly as he moved to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly let out an extraordinary splendor and flew to the sky. Duke Long remained standing on the spot. He was not able to obstruct Dragon Palace in time and could only look as it flew away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips as his eyes revealed shock. Dragon Palace is actually completely intact. Not only this, one of its cores is a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, Duke Long. Let's see how you fight against us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s had returned. Duke Long's expression sank. The situation had turned troublesome. He was besieged and Dragon Palace had flown away while spreading its aura everywhere. It would definitely create turmoil in Eastern Sea. Chapter 1690. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan mumbled. He was sitting on the auspicious cloud moving through empty air in immemorial white heaven. It was vast and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven, he actively absorbed the benefits from this trip. Beast Calamity Immortal's unique method was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, it could add a great number of transformation path down marks and also transform the target's other down marks into transformation path down marks. This move expended an enormous amount of immortal essence and also required abundant emotions. These emotions had to be positive and righteous. From this point, Fang Yuan finally realized the cause of the nature of those combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, although he had spent a lot in advancing the ranks of his Immortal Gu, his gains were similarly a lot. Especially in the later stage of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge and his expenditure had continued to fall. Currently, Fang Yuan's total amount of rank 8 immortal essence was a lot and could support 2 battles of rank 8 level intensity. Fang Yuan had abundant emotions as well. He could easily create the positive emotions through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was very high after all. What Fang Yuan lacked were Immortal Gu. There were 4 Immortal Gu that formed this move. Among them the core was a rank 8 Immortal Gu adaptation. It went without saying that this was a transformation path Immortal Gu, and was also the vital Gu of Beast Calamity Immortal. The other 3 Immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not give me these Immortal Gu, I can snatch them. I have already improved Great Thief Ghost Hand, and it is now much more reliable. Currently, I only need Heaven Form to constantly scout and find the place where these Immortal Gu are hidden. Then I can use my Theft Path method to get them. However, it is somewhat troublesome to obtain the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven itself had an enormous value to him. But the Heavenly Spirit was able to destroy the Grotto-Heaven, so if he rashly used force, his losses would far outweigh his gains. From my deduction based on this Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven's Gu Immortals might also have a trump card. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts could be used for Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, so could the Star Sea Snail's Shell. These Gu Immortals did not grasp Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. That meant, if the situation came to it, the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven could merge with the Gu Immortals through Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Naturally, Fang Yuan could win against this kind of rank 8, but all of the resulting losses would be incurred on Fang Yuan. Even if he won, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven, which had used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, would suffer severe damage. This means I need to deduce a way to restrict them from using Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation with the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Also, I can use familiar face to invade once again. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit said a person only had one chance to inherit it. But how strong could its detection ability be? Could it distinguish Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deduction, this possibility was very low. However, just as Fang Yuan was deducing restraining methods, he obtained some news. This news was important. Dragon Palace has appeared. Moreover, Duke Long personally made a move but was not able to acquire it. Oh, it was because he was obstructed by an alliance of 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals. Interesting. Currently, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is flying in the skies of Eastern Sea without hiding its aura. It has already created a huge commotion. Countless forces and Gu Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shine brightly. He knew of Dragon Palace's existence. There were relevant clues in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But these clues were only superficial clues and were not significant enough. The most valuable content recorded was, Dragon Palace had a restriction that its inheritor must be a dragon man. Although Fang Yuan wanted to own a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, he never had a good opportunity or time. Although he had Bai Ning Bing, it would be difficult to search for Dragon Palace, and it would take a great amount of time and energy. According to the previous situation, although the rank 8 Immortal Gu house was strong, were Fang Yuan to take the risk to search for it, and end up unable to obtain it, he would quickly be pursued and hunted by Heavenly Court. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even greater, so Fang Yuan had not made a move. So Heavenly Court had been secretly searching for Dragon Palace, and almost got it. Knowing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise those 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Great job. He did not think for long. Fang Yuan immediately left Immemorial White Heaven and moved towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven was here and would not be discovered easily. He could deal with it slowly. Dragon Palace's matter was urgent. He could not let Heavenly Court take it. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house and had an unknown dream path Immortal Gu. Days later, Eastern Sea. Boom. Amidst an intense explosion, Gu Immortal Shi Miao spat out a large mouthful of blood while retreating rapidly. Duke Long gave a loud roar. His body turned into light rays as he charged at Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking, but at the crucial moment, Granny Rong moved and blocked Duke Long. Her whole body was releasing purple gas. She was heavily injured and was pale as paper. Duke Long's momentum was ferocious, but his pupils shrunk when he saw the purple poisonous air around Granny Rong. He rapidly changed his direction and detoured. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu Immortal. This purple poisonous air was her trump card, and even Duke Long was not willing to touch it. Granny Rong was not in a good state. Over these days of fighting, her loss was the greatest. One of her core Immortal Gu was destroyed. Her speed fell greatly, and she was forced into an extremely passive state. She had relied on her determination and the help of the other 3 Gu Immortals to persist till now. It was very wise of Duke Long to detour around Granny Rong. Granny Rong could only watch Duke Long with a bitter expression but was unable to give chase. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were still several li away. Boom. Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and slammed at this rank 8 Immortal Gu house heavily. Bam! The Immortal Gu house fell into the sea, immediately raising an enormous wave. Dragon Palace acted on its own. It did not fly to the sky again, instead moving deeper into the sea. Duke Long was about to give chase when suddenly, his body paused and he struck towards the area left of him. There looked to be nobody to his left, but his ferocious attack was suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal revealed his figure and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you could see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned, sneering. Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but you actually sneak attacked? The Gu Immortal was Song Chi Yuan. It seems Eastern Sea's righteous path is finally making a move. Who else is there? Come out. Now. Duke Long glanced below at the sea. Dragon Palace gradually disappeared from his sight. He did not give chase, instead hovering in the air while letting out terrifying battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Gu Immortals showed themselves. One was a middle-aged man in blue robe. He was Qin Yu clan's first Supreme Elder Qin Yuan. Another looked to be a young girl with bright eyes. Exquisite rainbow clouds coiled around her body. She was Hua clan's first Supreme Elder Hua Kai Yun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kai Yun was just about to speak. Enough nonsense. Duke Long shouted and took the initiative to attack. Boom boom boom. Several immortal killer moves were exchanged. The 3 righteous path rank 8s were immediately suppressed and forced back. Duke Long is too powerful. He can easily suppress 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s by himself. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He had transformed into a sea snake and was currently swimming in the sea. Righteous Path Rank 8s were often stronger than lone Rank 8 cultivators. This was because they had more exemplary immortal killer moves and ample cultivation resources. The alliance of these 3 Righteous Path Rank 8s could absolutely win against the 4-person alliance of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. He was only using transformation path methods even until now, and had not used his most proficient Chi Path killer moves. Comment from this. One could see how powerful Purple Mountain True Monarch was. He had actually forced Duke Long to use his signature Chi Path killer moves. 1. It was not that Purple Mountain True Monarch was weak, but Duke Long was simply too strong. Fang Yuan looked at the distant Dragon Palace and slowly left the battlefield. Since Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, and others appeared, it meant Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had already discussed and made decisions. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was the richest in resources and thus had the highest number of Rank 8 Gu Immortals. Only 3 Righteous Path Rank 8s have appeared currently. There are definitely more coming. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, like he expected, 2 more Righteous Path Rank 8s showed up and obstructed Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and others quickly came and fought these 2 Righteous Path Rank 8s. A huge battle erupted under the sea. Fang Yuan quickly hid in the mud at the bottom of the sea, waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Chapter 1691, Exposed Swoosh. Following a sharp sonic boom, Dragon Palace turned into a golden light as it moved towards the sky with an extremely fast speed. Where are you going? Die. Want to obstruct me? Not a chance. Several Gu Immortals battled while giving chase, each displaying their great might. Intense battles followed the trail of Dragon Palace all along the way. Wherever it went, mounds crumbled and the sea split, the sky changed colors and countless beings met with calamity. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals all escaped in fright. 2 only Rank 8 Gu Immortals had the qualifications to take part in this battle. The battles of Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qi Yuan, and other Rank 8s did not allow Rank 7 Gu Immortals to interfere, unless they were the likes of Feng Gu and Fang Yuan. But now, both Fang Yuan and Feng Gu had advanced to Rank 8. Most of the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortals are already participating in the battle, but there are a few who have yet to show themselves. Fang Yuan was patiently observing from far behind, waiting for a perfect opportunity. From the time he rushed over to Eastern Sea, over 10 days had already gone by. Over these days, the battle between Rank 8 Gu Immortals was a splendid show with none willing to make concessions. Occasionally, new Rank 8s would join in while some would temporarily retreat. They allied sometimes and acted against each other sometimes. As long as anyone near Dragon Palace, they would be met with the joint attack of everyone else. Fang Yuan could not find any opportunity to make a move, but he was extremely patient and was not in the least bit worried. Being able to observe the skills of these Rank 8 Gu Immortals from here is also an enormous gain. This information is very valuable. Duke Long is truly terrifying. In this battle, he is no doubt the strongest, but because of that unknown dream path Immortal Gu in Dragon Palace, the joint attack of other Rank 8s, as well as being concerned about the safety of Feng Jin Huang, he has not been able to obtain Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sinister light. Not just the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Feng Jin Huang, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl possessed a dream path Immortal Gu and was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, her importance could be seen clearly. But although Fang Yuan had such a scheme, he similarly did not find an opportunity to make a move against Feng Jin Huang. A chance, it will definitely appear. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path has clearly already discussed with each other. Someone retreats while another comes in, taking turns to maintain their battle strength and also retain their control of the situation. This is to be on guard against Central Continent and Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he is still the strongest. If there are reinforcements from Heavenly Court, this stalemate will definitely be broken. Even if Heavenly Court does not send reinforcements, the 4-person team of Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and others won't be able to last long. Among the 3 sides, the Righteous Path is the most stable. The other 2 sides have the possibility of overturning this balance. But once the balance is broken, there will definitely be a chaotic battle. And this chaos will give me the chance to make a move. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the situation. But right at this time, there was a sudden explosion in front. Song Qi Yuan was struck and became lightly injured, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yin turned his head around and chuckled. I have already struck you with fatal dark lightning. Chase me if you are not afraid of dying. Song Qi Yuan's defenses were thorough and comprehensive, but after getting struck by this move, he got injured. His defensive methods were immediately torn, Fatal dark lightning could not be underestimated. Thereupon, the entire group of pursuers immediately split into two, one group ahead and one group behind. Fatal dark lightning is Zhang Yin's trump card. It has a huge cost to activate. It is formless, colorless, and cannot be sensed. It can be arranged in the sea or air. Once touched, it will explode. What should we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were also of the righteous path. We need to give chase. It will be dangerous for Hua Kai Yun alone. We don't have time to make a detour. We can only control beast groups to charge through this lightning formation. The 3 righteous path members quickly thought of a way and released their respective ancient desolate beasts. Song Chi Yuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras immediately soared to the level of immemorial desolate beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The false immemorial desolate beasts could trigger the fatal dark lightning traps. These ancient desolate beasts constantly died to pave a path for the 3 righteous path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly moved ahead through the path. This is a little troublesome. Let's take a chance. Fang Yuan was uneasy and wanted to cross the lightning formation as well. Boom. He was immediately struck by the fatal dark lightning, but did not dare use reverse flow protection seal and could only endure the damage forcibly. This dark lightning is truly troublesome. It is better to make a detour. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, changing his original intention. Boom. He was struck again. Ridiculous. This fatal dark lightning actually spread out this far. Its range is too wide. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and swallowed his blood. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan continued to trigger fatal dark lightning traps. His luck path methods seemed to have no use. After about 8 minutes, Fang Yuan forcibly endured the pain as he caught up to the rank 8 Gu Immortals battle. Come and face my killer move, Red Pestilence Insignia. Granny Rong shouted and used all her strength to shoot out a red insignia. Hua Kai Yun snorted as she pushed forward her hands, sending out a lump of cloud. This cloud was pitch black and was like an inverted pot. Its shape was peculiar. It quickly moved and absorbed the red insignia. Granny Rong's expression immediately changed. She had lost control of the Red Pestilence insignia. The cloud continued to move as it tossed the Red Pestilence insignia away. Hua Kai Yun said proudly, "Your Red Pestilence insignia is useless against my pot-tossing cloud. It will only be tossed away by me. I will never get hit." The F***CK. Fang Yuan cursed in his mind. By some weird coincidence, the Red Pestilence insignia had been tossed towards him. Free dodge. Fang Yuan was disguised as a sea snake and could not casually increase his speed, so he barely managed to dodge. The Red Pestilence insignia flew far away and exploded. The surrounding sea area met with calamity. Living beings met their end with countless sea organisms turning into mush from the intense poison. Fang Yuan was also struck by the move. He endured the rank 8 killer move and turned into a sea snake corpse, continuing his disguise. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to stalk from behind. He was constantly hit by the splattering effects of the moves in this battle. Fortunately, he remained far behind, and with the rank 8 Gu Immortals all paying attention to Dragon Palace and each other, they had not discovered him. However, this did not last long. Fang Yuan's identity was finally exposed several days later. It was a rank 8 lone cultivator who found him. He was Yang Jun and had been chasing after Dragon Palace in his Immortal Gu House fragrant treasure horse chariot when he discovered Fang Yuan by chance. Fang Yuan struck him and immediately escaped. This movement finally attracted the attention of other rank 8s, but Fang Yuan had left immediately. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything, it was too late. Central Continent, infallible blessed. Land. The radiance of the formation disappeared. After inspecting for a while, Fairy Ziwei nodded in satisfaction and thought, with this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Fang Yuan came here, he would also be trapped. Fairy Ziwei was confident in this formation. A bright light suddenly descended from the sky and arrived in front of her, revealing its true form. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. It was Feng Gu. He already had rank 8 cultivation now, and his tone carried a trace of being on equal status with Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei smiled. Feng Gu, I called you for one matter. Dragon Palace has appeared. Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but has encountered obstruction from Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea, reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter Feng Jin Huang, and help my heavenly court take Dragon Palace. Feng Gu was silent for a moment, but rejected in the end. Huang Heir is protected by Lord Duke Long. She won't be in any danger. But, when I advanced to rank 8, I gained an inspiration and wanted to create a new song. I want to enter the river of time now to observe the different types of worldly affairs throughout the eras. I want to experience the journey of myriad beings' lives. Fairy Ziwei was dazed for a moment. All right then, guard the river of time in place of Li Huang. Chapter 1692, Working with Longevity Heaven Eastern Sea, late at night. Stars filled the sky. The calm sea suddenly turned turbulent with fierce waves. Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace charged out of the sea, flying into the sky rapidly. There was a rank 8 Gu Immortal waiting in the sky. It was Qing Yu clan's first supreme elder, Qing Yu in Puff. He muttered lightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Immediately, the phantom image of a mountain descended from the sky. The mountain ranges extended far and beyond, encircling the entire Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Mountain Ranges. Dragon Palace's movement was obstructed. It crashed into the phantom mountain like it had truly slammed into a solid one. Humph. There was a cold snort as a rank 8 Gu Immortal charged out of Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 lone Immortal Shimiao. Shimiao spat out a mouthful of acid water. This acid water did not look impressive, but it grew with the wind, turning into a huge wave after several tens of feet. The wave crashed into the phantom mountain and had an incredible effect. The mountain started melting like snow exposed to the sun. The acid wave opened a path for Dragon Palace as it nearly got out of the encirclement, but Fang Yuan arrived right at this moment. His aura burst out and grand light pillars shined in all directions, dissolving the waves and also causing Dragon Palace to shake. When it landed on Shimiao, it felt like he was hit by a lightning bolt. After this, Fang Yuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp light shot out like lightning, vanishing instantly. Far away, Fang Yuan, who was using Star Eyes Immortal Gu to observe the battlefield, felt his vision going dark. He could not see anything anymore. Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. He knew that the star that he had refined using Star Eyes Immortal Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Star Eyes Immortal Gu might be unique, but against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, it is too weak. Not only can it be discovered, it can also be stopped. Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move is even more profound. It moved along the starlight and found the Star of Origin to destroy it. Even though the star was destroyed, Star Eyes Immortal Gu suffered no injuries. It can be used again after further preparation. Even though these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could not defeat Duke Long, they were still rank 8 with brilliant methods. They could not be underestimated. Earlier, Zhang Yin's Fatal Dark Lightning, Hua Kaiyun's Pot-Tossing Cloud, Yang Jun discovering Fang Yuan who was in familiar face disguise, and Fang Yuan's attack that destroyed Star Eye's star, they proved this point. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to give up. Dragon Palace is very important. It is far more important than I had expected. It is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house that contains Dream Path Immortal Gu. These days, in this battle, it displayed very powerful offensive and defensive methods. If I can get it, I will obtain peak rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan's main body chased while Heaven Form Killer move stayed in Immemorial White Heaven, dealing with Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven and finding the hiding spot of Adaptation Immortal Gu. Heaven Form Killer move was rank 9 and extremely mobile. Even within Immemorial White Heaven, there were few existences which could threaten it. Because of the Earth Veins turbulence, the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were in chaos. Especially Eastern Sea, the emergence of Dragon Palace caused a battle among rank 8s. It was truly spectacular. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also started to tremor intensely. BZE. Orange-yellow light flickered endlessly, enveloping the sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura started from an extremely weak state and grew rapidly, soon filling the world and causing fear in everyone. Such a change had already attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, but after getting trapped by Longevity Heaven, he felt despair after struggling and decided to join Longevity Heaven. He was not stationed in Longevity Heaven permanently. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were a duo that took the role of North Desolation Immortal together. Bull Demon was a muscular brute with a thick beard and a thunderous voice. He was extremely tall and strong, having a powerful aura. Flower Lady was a little girl with a flower on her head. She sat on the muscular man's shoulder, giggling as her crystal-like eyes flickered with innocence. What happened? 5 Elements Grandmaster was very uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was a bit different from Heavenly Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, a total of 12 positions. Among which, the 4 Desolation Immortals were only meant for rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities needed at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they had to be elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that the name was familiar, but he could not get more information from just that name. At this moment, there was a loud roar, ripples of light flickered in the sky, rainbows extended like rivers as they pierced through the horizons. A figure walked down from the river. He had a tall body and delicate face. Nevertheless, his eyes were extremely sharp and icy, emitting a cold gaze. From his right ear to the left corner of his lips, there was an ugly scar. It was flickering with white light, while emitting the coldness of 1,000-year profound ice. Seeing this face, Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes burst out with bright light as he became deeply shocked. I remember now. This is the Bing Sai Chuan who was born in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had tried 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He is actually the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was born in the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though he lost, it was not a disgrace. After all, be they Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they were invincible in the world with no equal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 attempts to subdue this West Desolation Immortal. It showed that he had great strength. Greetings, Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady quickly went to greet him, while Five Elements Grandmaster followed after with an expression of reverence. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan went up to the 3. He nodded after looking around. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan. Time is limited. Give me the information of the current world. I need to know about it. Longevity Heaven had very comprehensive information. They had detailed information of the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, the reappearance of Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, and the Refinement Path Convention of Central Continent's Heavenly Court. 88 True Yang Building truly collapsed. Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply. It was Fang Yuan. That demon was reborn using Spring Autumn Cicada. He is rank 8 already. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly as he said, Good job, Fang Yuan. He is truly a demon. He did a great job in destroying 88 True Yang Building. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals were completely shocked. Next, Bing Sai Chuan added, Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention is the final one. There is no time. We have to contact Fang Yuan now and make an alliance. The gazes of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady changed abruptly. Was this Bing Sai Chuan really the West Desolation Immortal? Could he possibly be a fake one? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan received this message and became quite shocked. It was easy to contact him. Lang Yalan Spirit could do it. Bing Sai Chuan used Lang Yalan Spirit to contact Fang Yuan. He spoke openly. I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, but you have yet to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance? If Heavenly Court repairs Fate Immortal Gu, it will not benefit you at all. Similarly, Longevity Heaven does not want to see Heavenly Court succeed. If they repair Fate Gu, it would be too helpful to Heavenly Court. It would also go against the luck path of my ancestor Giant Sunday. Let us forget our past conflicts and resist the strong enemy together. Fang Yuan was quiet for a while before asking, You are? Bing Sai Chuan. Soon, Fang Yuan learned who the other party was. He should be the real deal. Fang Yuan sighed at Longevity Heaven's foundation. They even concealed a rank 8 legend like Bing Sai Chuan. He had only appeared now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sai Chuan was only 2nd place. Who in the world was the East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's change of attitude made Fang Yuan deeply surprised. But to think of it, against the terrifying Heavenly Court, it was possible for Fang Yuan to work with them. After all, he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal now, the leader of Shadow Sect who possessed deep dream path research results. His name shook the world. A while ago, Heavenly Court even infiltrated Northern Plains and attacked Langya Blessed Land. The 2 sides had immense conflicts. The saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is my friend. If they could cooperate, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Heavenly Court was the true enemy. But how could they trust each other? To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven opened its treasury and traded immortal materials with Fang Yuan. They could even exchange Immortal Gu. From this step, they seemed to be very sincere. Since we are cooperating, Lord Bing Sai Chuan, why don't we work together to fight for Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan had a thought as he initiated. Good idea. Bing Sai Chuan was in full agreement. Any person with a brain could tell that Dragon Palace had immense value. Chapter 1693. Wei Borrows Gu. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan's strength had been growing rapidly. It was rising at a shocking speed. Especially in recent times, he advanced to rank 8 and possessed countless Immortal Gu. It was truly a rare situation. However, he was still not strong enough to contend for Dragon Palace. Among the rank 8 Gu immortals fighting after Dragon Palace, there was Duke Long, with pseudo-immortal Venerable battle strength and multiple Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. It could be said that Eastern Sea's strongest immortals were here. Fang Yuan had too little time since his rise, against the peak experts of a region, against Duke Long. Trying to snatch an Immortal Gu house that had the power to retaliate was just too difficult for him. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not watch on the sidelines. If Heavenly Court obtains Dragon Palace, they would grow even stronger. Especially that mysterious dream path Immortal Gu. It was not simple. It might have been created naturally by this world itself. It was the seed that the heavens had planted into Eastern Sea to start the era of Dream Path. At this time, drawing in Longevity Heaven's strength would make the situation even more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more Fang Yuan would be able to take advantage of the situation. He was rank 8 now, but against Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals, he did not dare to be careless. The foundation of rank 8 Gu immortals was immense. They would easily hit him with their killer moves if he was not careful. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew clearly that he was not his match. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch. Duke Long is protecting Feng Jin Huang. He is not going all out. I have not seen him use any chi path methods yet. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is already the strongest person here. He is resisting almost everyone alone. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on the Red Lotus Island. Even if they have the help of Future Self, they would only have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity my incomplete Immortal Gu house was destroyed. If I had it, after this period of development, it would have rank 8 battle strength. It would be very useful to me. If I can steal adaptation Immortal Gu from Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven, I would be able to unleash Myriad beings' assimilation transformation. I will temporarily gain great battle strength. It is a pity that we do not have time. Heaven Form is still investigating. Fang Yuan felt some regret. But reality was like this. Not everything could go smoothly and appropriately. Dragon Palace would not tire. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals had not fully shown up. While Duke Long was waiting for Heavenly Court reinforcements, there was still some time before they truly fought for the Immortal Gu house's ownership. Fang Yuan was also concerned about Longevity Heaven's attitude change. But even if they had ill intentions, luring them into the battle was much more useful for Fang Yuan than the potential threat. With this move, he could try to obtain Dragon Palace, damage Heavenly Court, and probe Longevity Heaven. It could achieve many goals. But a few days later, Bing Sichuan did not arrive. Instead, he obtained some crucial information. Heavenly Court had found a stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. They had full control of it now. Bing Sichuan suggested, "You have Spring Autumn Cicada. You are the rightful inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If Heavenly Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, you will suffer while they grow stronger." Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to damage Fate Gu. Very likely, his true inheritance also contains the way for us to destroy Fate Gu for good. Bing Sichuan's words had no issue. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained one of the Red Lotus True Inheritances. Fang Yuan did not have any method to destroy Fate Gu, but what if the other Red Lotus True Inheritance had it? It was possible. Of course, there was a possibility that Bing Sichuan gave false information to trap Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. He could stay and observe Dragon Palace, or go to the River of Time and contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance with Heavenly Court. The former was filled with chaos and danger, so was the latter. The risks were great. Fang Yuan sensed acutely that this choice was crucial. He started to think, what was the best course of action in this situation? Southern Border. Virtue Paradise. Two rank 8 Gu immortals walked side by side and ascended the mountain. Their auras were completely concealed, resembling mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. It was the famous current generation Paradise Earth inheritor in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, Lu Weiyin. The one on the right was a woman. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe that was mysterious and elegant. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Heavenly Court's leader, the person who had Star Constellation chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the current world, Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had actually quietly appeared in Southern Border and met with Lu Weiyin. What was the reason behind it? Along the way, Lu Weiyin and Fairy Ziwei spoke. Even though there were few words, the atmosphere was amicable. As they walked, a small red pavilion emerged from the dense greenery. Lu Weiyin pointed at it as he said, "Lady Ziwei, it has been a long journey. Let's go rest a bit in that pavilion." "Good idea." Fairy Ziwei smiled as she walked. The two walked into the red pavilion. There were stone benches inside. Instead of sitting down, Fairy Ziwei walked towards the edge and looked at the wide view of mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of a cliff. It had an extremely good view. Fairy Ziwei looked outside. Virtue Paradise was filled with tall mountains and clean rivers. There were tree houses and villages around the mountains. Lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs. There were columns of smoke rising from houses. It was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the sky, there were many floating mountains. These mountains were made from float soil and could stay in the sky. There were many specialties in each mountain. Their environments varied. Some had long green vines that extended like hair. Some had drizzles and beautiful rainbows. Some had waterfalls with huge crashing torrents that gathered in huge pools. Cranes flew. Apes shrieked. There was lots of life and immortal materials everywhere. Desolate beasts and plants were abundant in numbers. The thing that Fairy Ziwei noticed was that the mushroom men and humans lived harmoniously in the villages. Kids played together, husbands and wives cared for each other. Children were also filial towards their parents. It is truly a paradise. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to create such a world, but humanity is the ruler of the world. How could variant humans possibly be equal with us? But even so, I admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because he had contributed his whole life towards this dream, he had never sought benefits for himself. Fairy Ziwei said slowly. Heavenly Court belonged to humans. Its ideology was to rule over the variant humans. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted equality for all. In his opinion, be it variant humans or pure humans, all life in this world should be equal. Because of their ideological differences, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court. He created his paradises in the 5 regions and tried to establish the utopia of his ideals. Lu Wei nodded. Even though our ideologies are different, our attitude towards the demonic path that harms the world is the same. Lady Ziwei is here to borrow Gu. If you are borrowing other Gu, forget it. But this benevolence Gu can benefit the world. Why would I stop you? However, if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the Immortal Venerable's rules, you need to walk and ascend to the top of the mountain to gain the qualification to borrow Gu. This journey is difficult. The higher your cultivation level, the worse it is. Please do understand, Fairy Ziwei. This mountain is truly not easy to ascend, but I understand Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention. Getting up this mountain will benefit me quite a bit too. Fairy Ziwei said softly as she smiled. Light flickered in her eyes. All right, let's continue. River of Time. Heavenly Court's 4 Immortal Gu houses stood in different positions as they surrounded an immortal formation. The atmosphere was heated among the Gu immortals. Lord Feng Gu, we have already encircled this stone Lotus Island. We can explore it already. Shang Xuanzi said. Feng Gu nodded. He originally wanted to use the River of Time to solidify and strengthen his inspiration regarding the Song of Destiny. To think that after entering the River of Time for this short period, the stone Lotus Island showed up and became besieged by Heavenly Court. The stone Lotus Islands were created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go ahead and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Feng Gu was about to move and enter the immortal formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the Immortal Gu house that he was in shook intensely. Enemy, who is so daring as to attack us, Heavenly Court? The immortals were furious and shocked. Who else but Fang Yuan could it be? Heavenly Court's group was slightly dazed. Someone started to shout. Demon, you managed to escape last time, but you actually dared to return. Then accept your death. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had thought about it for a moment before deciding to come to the River of Time and trying to get Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's scene was chaotic. All the forces had not gone all out yet. There was too much uncertainty. But at the Stone Lotus Island, if he did not come, Heavenly Court would definitely get it. Fang Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada. His advantage was huge when it came to the Stone Lotus Islands. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Feng Jiuji's voice reverberated within the Immortal Gu house. There were deep emotions in his voice. Fang Yuan's expression focused. It seemed like in this battle, he was going to fight Feng Gu once again. Chapter 1694. Contesting for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Feng Jiuji's voice reverberated from within the Immortal Gu house. There were deep emotions in his tone. It has been a long time indeed. Fang Yuan sighed. Years had passed. Fang Yuan met with Feng Gu again. It was like a meeting of old friends. Their words had no animosity in them. But they were not friends after all. After that brief talk, they went silent. At this moment, there was only the sound of waves in the River of Time, surging forward with continuous motion. Feng Gu still remembered the first time he met Fang Yuan. Back then, he was still not an immortal. He had obtained immortal blessed land with the status of immortal. But now, he was renowned in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level, and his speed of growth was rare, even in history. It was truly shocking to the world. Feng Yuan Gu was also rank 8 with brilliant battle results. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu, and because of his Dao Guardian status, he was heavily supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Feng Jiuji's life. He had returned the favor as well. Because of their different identities, Feng Gu had failed in many attempts to pursue Feng Yuan. They had fought many times and gained a deep understanding of each other. Both were wary of each other, but they appreciated the other person's capabilities and talent immensely. 1. Feng Yuan, you lost to us once. You managed to escape last time in the River of Time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death. A voice broke the temporary silence. The person who spoke had starry blue armor. He had a rough appearance and his body was strong. He emitted a powerful rank 8 aura and was standing on shark flow lever. Feng Yuan took a look and discerned that this was a person who had participated in the battle last time. Even though last time, he did not know who this was. He had obtained information already. This person had woken up from Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. He was an experienced rank 8 star path expert, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan inspected Heavenly Court's group again. The 3 remaining Xuanzi occupied present and past pavilion. They looked at Feng Yuan with deep hatred. Their eyes were spewing fire. Last time, Feng Yuan used time cutting edge and killed Sun Guozi, causing their revival methods to fail. Only 3 were left now. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi had the same status as Feng Yuan. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Feng Yuan stood on shark flow lever, looking at Feng Yuan with deep battle intent. Meanwhile, Feng Gu stayed in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. He had now shown up yet. 4 time path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, as well as many rank 7 Gu Immortals including 3 of the Xuanzi. In this super immortal formation, Feng Yuan evaluated their strength. On the whole, it was not bad, because Heavenly Court had not sent too many people here. But thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining control, Heavenly Court placed all its attention on repairing rank 9 Fate Gu. A lot of manpower and resources were expended for it. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Feng Yuan was not their main enemy. In their overall plan, Feng Yuan was not a part of it. Thus, Fairy Ziwei had once offered to recruit Feng Yuan back in Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's goal was the entire world, the great era of Dream Path, and to become the ruler of the world. This was the grandness of Heavenly Court. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus had always been to fully restore Fate Gu. Moreover, last time Feng Yuan escaped barely with his life. Afterwards, Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court's foundation to buy all sorts of time path materials and disrupted Feng Yuan's growth. He had hidden his tracks, and even when the earth veins moved and countless Immortal Gu and Immortal materials appeared, he did not show up. Due to all these reasons, Heavenly Court had not increased their numbers in the River of Time. Of course, they might have some groups lying in ambush. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. Regardless of what they did, as long as they fought, Heavenly Court would summon them anyway. Roar. With a huge sound, Feng Yuan used Familiar Face to turn into the immemorial year monkey again. The monkey body was huge like a mountain. It pounced towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. That was where Feng Gu was. Such a courageous demon. Let me fight you. Feng Yuan moved shark flow lever as he intercepted with great speed. Feng Yuan moved rapidly above the water. He pointed his finger as a mortal killer moved spring scissors flew out. The scissors were green in color and moved agilely. Even though it was huge like an elephant, it shrunk when it got in front of shark flow lever. Feng Yuan was a little shocked. He knew about spring scissors, but to think there was such a transformation? The mini spring scissors flew down and became large again when it got to the shark lever of shark flow lever. Crack. With a snip, the scissors cut and a huge shark head fell off. Crack. With another snip, another shark lost its head. Feng Yuan was very shocked. He quickly moved shark flow lever aside. He could not dare continue trying to obstruct Feng Yuan. He needed to know how to handle spring scissors. After stopping Feng Yuan moved quick as the wind, arriving in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Within the Immortal Gu house, Feng Gu had a plain expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a dazzling light, stopping Feng Yuan's advancement as if he had crashed into a metal wall. Feng Yuan, who was in the immemorial year monkey form, laughed as he punched with his huge fists. The huge fists landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and caused it to shake. Rubbles flew everywhere as it got pushed back. Feng Yuan got stronger again. 1. That's right. He has at least modified spring scissors and winter coat. The former can change sizes and become hard to guard against, while the latter has fused with his immemorial year monkey transformation. His monkey fur is like frost, and his skin is like ice. His defenses are extremely thick. The three Xuanzi guarded present and past pavilion. They talked to each other with lingering shock. Ever since Fang Yuan escaped pitifully last time, while exposing all his trump cards, Heavenly Court had deduced all sorts of killer moves that he had. But to think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated. Fang Yuan's modifications were far beyond Heavenly Court's expectations. They were greatly caught off guard. Not just that, Fang Yuan had also made many deductions on the 4 Immortal Gu houses. Looking at how he dealt with Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, it was evident. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was not low. He also had the help of Wisdom Gu, which Heavenly Court did not manage to deduce. Fang Yuan, who had the light of wisdom and sufficient intel, made great gains when he deduced matters regarding the 4-time path Immortal Gu houses. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Heavenly Court also expended their trump cards. Fang Yuan could learn a lot of details about them. It was not easy for Gu Immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifications were even harder. Then what about Immortal Gu houses? Immortal Gu houses were the collective body of multiple immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying Immortal Gu houses was even tougher. Fang Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had Wisdom Gu. Heavenly Court wanted to modify Immortal Gu houses, but they did not have Wisdom Gu. The difficulty was even higher. Thus, these 4 Immortal Gu houses did not have many changes. They were also similar to before. Fang Yuan lost last time, but he gained lots of information he could deal with. These Immortal Gu houses now. This was also why he gave up on Dragon Palace for now and chose to target the River of Time. The northern corner is destroyed. The Gu worms cannot be retrieved. 3 layers of Autumn Light shields have been broken. Only one is left. Immortal Gu Autumn Light has cracks on it. The Gu Immortals inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported they had nervous expressions. Feng Gu was the person in charge. He still had a calm expression. He did not attempt to fight personally, because he knew that only relying on his sound path cultivation, he could not make useful efforts in this River of Time. Only the time path Immortal Gu house could resist Fang Yuan. Feng Gu thought to himself, Fang Yuan can suppress 2 Immortal Gu houses, but Heavenly Court still has another 2. This battle has just begun. Fang Yuan's barrage of attacks made him pant loudly. Even though 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was shattered on the outside, its foundation was unaffected. It only lost a large number of Mortal Gu. Those rank 7 Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house were trying to repair it rapidly. After the initial burst, his attacks got softer. The 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform got past the initial stage as Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks started to weaken. Xing Yuang had already repaired Shark Flow Lever after facing Spring Scissors killer move. It charged over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht came from the left and right, forming a complete web. Fang Yuan, I want to see how you will deal with 4 Immortal Gu houses together. Xing Yuang shouted loudly. Fang Yuan looked at his encirclement as his eyes shined with bright light. He smiled and shouted loudly. Bing Sai Chuan, are you still not going to act? Before he finished his words, Bing Sai Chuan appeared, standing behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who? The 3 Xuanzi were very shocked, because Present and Past Pavilion was most specialized in investigation. They were able to detect Fang Yuan, but not Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pushed with both palms. Immediately, cold winds blew and frost energy surged, covering the whole of Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion became sealed in a transparent, profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi were unmoving inside, a frightened expression frozen on their faces. On Eternal Yacht, rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi, who had a calm expression, showed a change of attitude. This immortal killer move is Immediate Time Freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's era, Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan cultivated time path and was most skilled at freezing time. His time path killer moves were able to imitate the effects of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at its peak, on the same level as Li Huang. But right now, Li Huang was deployed elsewhere, in exchange for Feng Gu, who had just reached rank 8. Regardless, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, without using the time path Immortal Gu house to fight against Bing Sai Chuan, he would not be his match. Bing Sai Chuan waited for a long time before striking with great impact. He targeted the weakest enemy, directly sealing a time path Immortal Gu house and preventing it from joining the fight again. Amazing. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sai Chuan looked at Qing Yi. I am Longevity Heaven's Bing Sai Chuan. To think that someone of this generation recognized me. As he said that, he smiled warmly but did not act mildly. He attacked the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi, who was on Eternal Yacht. Fang Yuan had the help of Bing Sai Chuan. They managed to suppress the remaining 3 Immortal Gu houses that Heavenly Court possessed. At the next moment, a fifth-time path Immortal Gu house appeared. This was a gatehouse with a simple but elegant structure. Its supporting pillars were bright red in color. It was quite auspicious. There were two dazzling words written on its entrance plaque: Year-End. Rank 7-time path Immortal Gu house. Year-End Gatehouse. Chapter 1695. Contesting for Dragon Palace. Year-End Gatehouse suddenly appeared in the River of Time. The side that got shocked was Heavenly Court instead of Fang Yuan's group. This was because Heavenly Court only had 4-time path Immortal Gu houses stationed here. This 5th-time path Immortal Gu house Year-End Gatehouse came from Northern Plains. It was owned by the Huangjin tribes. Since when did an Immortal Gu house enter? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation? Quick, stop it! Heavenly Court side shouted. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals showed shock on their faces. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. Frost energy oozed out of his body. He slammed with both palms as Eternal Yacht was sent to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly. He mustered his strength and attacked 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, raining down punches like a flurry of meteors, forcing the latter to retreat continuously. Present and past pavilion was sealed. It had sunk into the river, vanishing entirely. Xing Yuang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to stop Year-End Gatehouse, but it was too late. As the Immortals watched, Year-End Gatehouse got close to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation as the gatehouse started to shine in a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from within. Take a good look. This is my 5 elements profound light. Ring. There was a loud sound as a mystical 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, landing on the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The 5-colored lights resembled 5 river currents that merged and weaved together, melting the layers of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, causing a huge hole in an instant. Quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was completely powerless against it. The rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the Super Immortal Formation were furious and shocked. Feng Jiuji's pupil shrunk. He recognized it. That must be Northern Plains rank 8 Lone Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path and mimics the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He is a formation path Great Grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After using this move, 5 Elements Grandmaster panted heavily. His aura diminished until it became extremely weak. His 5 Elements Profound Light was most skilled in breaking immortal formations. He had prepared this move for a long time. Once it was unleashed, half of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was destroyed. It was on the brink of destruction. Of course, this was because Fang Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of this River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. After all, he was locked in and had broken out of it personally. With this intel, 5 Elements Grandmaster was able to modify his 5 Elements Profound Light to counter this River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. Once the formation was broken, the stone Lotus Island inside became exposed before everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he jumped up. Boom. He kicked hard and stomped 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform into the river, creating a huge wave. Next, he shot out like a cannonball, flying into the formation towards the stone Lotus Island. The Gu Immortals in the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation were flustered. They worked up a sweat trying to stabilize the formation and prevent it from collapsing. If this Super Immortal Formation broke, its controllers would face huge backlash. These Gu Immortals were also trying to save their own lives. The formation's controllers were too busy with their own matters. They could only watch as Fang Yuan went in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the stone Lotus Island as his eyes flashed with a bright light. The Spring Autumn Cicada inside Time Path clone's aperture was shaking. Right now, Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 and had Fang Yuan's personal immortal killer move to discern if the stone Lotus Island was real. It was the real deal. In the previous Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan made great gains. He was lifted out of his difficult situation. If he could obtain this Red Lotus True Inheritance as well, how much would he grow? Fang Yuan, don't think of leaving. At this moment, Xing Yuang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever and attacked Fang Yuan's back. Scram! At the crucial moment, Bing Sai Chuan appeared, blocking Shark Flow lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go get Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sai Chuan fought as he said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sai Chuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere about cooperating. He got closer to the stone Lotus Island without stopping. Don't think about it. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi, who was inside Eternal Yacht, went around Bing Sai Chuan and Xing Yuang, going towards Fang Yuan. Wanna chase him? Hee, get past me first. Year-End Gatehouse suddenly appeared abruptly, blocking Qing Ye's path. Qing Yi frowned but laughed coldly. My eternal yacht is the fastest. It can ride the waves of the river of time. How can you your end gatehouse stop me? Suddenly, Qin Ye's expression changed as she saw that an immortal formation had appeared around eternal yacht, setting up a time path formation in such a short time. Qin Yi shook. He finally understood the formation path attainment that 5 Elements Grandmaster had. This red lotus true inheritance is mine. After obtaining longevity heaven's reinforcement, Fang Yuan obtained enough time to successfully get close to the stone lotus island. He was about to step onto it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The stone lotus island erupted with a formless force and pushed Fang Yuan far away. What happened? Suspicion rose in Fang Yuan's mind. I have spring Autumn Cicada with me. Unless, once this stone lotus island lets me in, the defenses will vanish? Or will a loophole appear that would allow others to take advantage of it? Boom, boom, boom. At this point, attacks that approached like a wild storm rained down on Fang Yuan's immemorial year monkey body and surrounded him. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was damaged, the hole was shrinking. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling it were now able to find time to fight Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the stone lotus island as easily now. This formation is likely created by Heavenly Court to target stone lotus island. The stone lotus island rejected me earlier because of this formation. Fang Yuan was thinking about this when Feng Gu, who was inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, arrived before him. When the two sides started to fight again, they clashed and exchanged moves. The situation was in a deadlock. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as a muscular old man appeared. It was Heavenly Court's reinforcement, rank 8, Gu Immortal Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Jin Huang, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang was surrounded by a circular chi wall. She floated lightly towards Li Huang. Protect Huang Air. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a grim expression as he said confidently. Don't worry, Lord Duke Long. With my verdant sunflame cloak, who in the world can harm Feng Jin Huang? Duke Long stopped looking at him. He looked towards the sky. In order to protect Feng Jin Huang, he had wasted some time. Dragon Palace had flown away already. Duke Long smiled, feeling no nervousness. He clenched his fists. It was time to take action. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qin Yuan again, while the other rank 8 Gu immortals fought each other. The chance will slip by easily. I need to grab my opportunity. Qin Yuan's eyes burst out with brilliance. After so many days of fighting, he had finally obtained his 4th chance. But right when Qin Yuan was about to reach Dragon Palace, an immense force approached. The aura of death almost suffocated him. He quickly turned around. Enduring the fatal attack, he managed to block it but flew away like a sandbag, spitting out huge amounts of blood. Duke Long Yu. Qin Yuan had a hoarse voice filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky expressionlessly. His horns were flickering with purple gold light. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was tough as a monolith. His dragon pupils shined with cold light. Qin Yuan struggled to stabilize his body. He wanted to counterattack, but his expression suddenly changed. A dragon-shaped chi shot out of his chest, exploding. Boom. The explosion was not loud, but Qin Yuan's defenses were like useless scraps of paper. Qin Yuan looked at Duke Long with disbelief and fright as he retreated. He was bleeding intensely. His ribs were broken. His chest was almost fully blown off. His heart and lungs could be seen. Take this, Duke Long. This Immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The two temporarily stopped fighting each other as they faced against Duke Long together. Duke Long smiled nonchalantly. Roar. The dragon roar erupted as Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew away with a confused and flabbergasted expression. They suffered serious injuries. They did not even see what move hit them before they were defeated. Be careful. Without that burden, Duke Long is using his full power. Is this his true strength? Everyone, work together. We must not let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful disposition made the remaining rank 8 Gu immortals feel deeply threatened. They started to target him collectively. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He actually shut his eyes. He did not move. Only when the surrounding killer moves reached before him did he open his eyes abruptly. Immortal killer move. Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals shook intensely as they felt an unparalleled pressure slamming down at them from all around. Not just them, the killer moves that they activated, even the sky and sea of all the surroundings were facing this immense pressure. Many killer moves collapsed. The rank 8 Gu immortals, as well as Dragon Palace, fell into the water like dumplings falling into a pot. The world became still. Nothing was left standing. Except Duke Long. He was standing proudly in the sky. looking down at the immortals in distress with his cold dragon pupils. At this point of the Dragon Palace contest, he had finally displayed his true strength. Having pseudo-immortal Venerable battle strength, it suppressed his enemies and obtained the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I want to kill you. I do not believe that you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves surged in the sea. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long attacked him together with great intensity. Duke Long snorted coldly, his dragon tail appeared, and his body became covered in scales. The horns on his head became as sharp as blades. He opened his mouth and roared. It was a mortal killer move dragon roaring wave. Next, his body flickered from place to place. He appeared near his enemies as he punched their faces with his fists, tore defenses with his claws, and created a bloody storm around the area. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. They were all furious and shocked. They used their immortal killer moves but were constantly obstructed. Even if they succeeded, they could not injure Duke Long. After such a long time, other than protecting Feng Huang, Duke Long had also collected lots of information. He had grasped the weakness of some of these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals' methods. Old fiend, you are too much. Face my fatal killer move. Restrain him. I have even stronger methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even stronger methods. Immortal killer move. Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s fell like dumplings again into the depths of the ocean. Duke Long controlled the tempo of the battle completely. His battle experience was even deeper than the depths of this ocean itself. Chapter 1696. Feng destroys Red Lotus 2 Come. Duke Long suddenly appeared above Dragon Palace. An immense suction force sent the rank 8 Immortal Gu house slowly towards Duke Long's phantom aperture, even though it resisted him desperately. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and went over, using their killer moves on Duke Long's side as he vanished on the spot. Without restraint, Dragon Palace flew out of the sea into the sky once again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to chase it when Duke Long appeared in the sky again, obstructing their paths. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, flickering around the rank 8 Gu immortals effortlessly. The intense battle created loud explosions resembling an unceasing thunderstorm. Countless innocent life forms were implicated. Huge tsunamis were created on the sea surface. Without Feng Huang burdening him, Duke Long displayed terrifying battle strength. Nobody present could match him equally. However, these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals all had deep foundations. They had their own trump cards. Even though they were losing to Duke Long, their lives were not endangered. They were wary of each other originally, but against Duke Long, they could cooperate seamlessly. At once, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and even lone cultivators worked together to fight Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. His outburst earlier suppressed everyone. It was because he had concealed himself earlier and managed to catch all of the Eastern Sea rank 8s off guard with that one attack. But as the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were slowly discerned by the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They started to find counters or appropriate methods to deal with them. In this world, there were no invincible Immortal Gu or immortal killer moves. There were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex, had a structure. It would have advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was very powerful indeed. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s were his match. But this situation was special. Everyone was trying to get the Immortal Gu house. Nobody wanted to fight him to the death. As the Immortal Gu house flew continuously all over the battlefield, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to trap it. Dragon claws moved like a tornado. Many Eastern Sea rank 8s were forced back. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace as he grabbed it with his hand. At once, a pair of huge phantom dragon claws appeared and tightly grasped Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace shook intensely. It shattered the phantom dragon claws as it escaped. Duke Long sighed. This situation had already happened many times. It was not easy to take Dragon Palace. He had to fight off the competitors first before trying to subdue it. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house after all. It had great power and could not be taken easily. Duke Long's many attempts ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he fights seriously, we will have no chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention obtain it. Duke Long is the only one attempting now. Thankfully, this Immortal Gu house is strong enough. We cannot let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. Duke Long will subdue it eventually. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals all had injuries. They communicated with each other as they wanted others to use their trump cards against Duke Long getting to rank 8, who would not have their own secret trump cards. These immortal killer moves were definitely very powerful or mysterious and profound, but nobody wanted to expose them. Nobody could say for sure if their killer moves would fail in such a complex battle environment. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Even Duke Long was not using his triple chi retraction killer move. Not that he did not want to use it, but the risks were too great. He could likely cripple himself. When he fought against Purple Mountain True Monarch earlier, he had probed multiple times. Only until he was sure that the enemy did not have other methods did he unleash triple chi retraction in the end. Right now in this situation, if Duke Long used triple chi retraction and the enemy coincidentally countered it, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s were numerous, and they all had deep foundations, who knew what methods they truly possessed. Notched arrows were the most threatening. Gu immortals who concealed their killer moves were also very threatening. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in his immemorial year monkey form. His killer move activated successfully as he grabbed towards the space in front of him. A huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere, held in his hands. Bing Sai Chuan, get aside. Fang Yuan twisted his waist as he gathered strength in his arms, waving the fan ferociously. Gush! Wild winds blew, sweeping ahead as the storm sent 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever into a tornado, restraining them as they flew outside of the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Gu and Xing Yuan flew out of their Immortal Gu houses, charging at Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate Time Path, the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation did not break apart. Time Path was restricted in the formation as other paths were amplified. Heavenly Court sent rank 7 Gu immortals which were elites. They worked together during this period and were able to mostly repair the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still present, it had become much smaller. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly use your profound light. Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from within Year End Gatehouse. I cannot use it a second time in this short period. This formation has been modified by a lot. The previous profound light will be ineffective now. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Ji's body shook as 4 Song Warriors emerged, encircling Fang Yuan. Xing Yuan's body was covered in starlight specks as he stabbed towards Bing Sai Chuan like a hedgehog. Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying up and abandoning their enemies, targeting the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation instead. This was the wisest plan. As long as the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation was destroyed, Feng Gu and Xing Yuan would have to return to their Immortal Gu houses. Feng Gu and Xing Yuan quickly tried to stop them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster continued to control his immortal formation to trap the eternal yacht that Qing Yi was controlling. In the intense battle, river suppression Lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. More cracks were appearing as it endured Fang Yuan's and Bing Sai Chuan's attacks. However, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which Fang Yuan blew away earlier, had re-entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were starting to be suppressed. Fang Yuan, you still refuse to trust me now. The situation was dire. Bing Sai Chuan shouted in anxiety. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan spread his arms as a ball-shaped light shield appeared around him and Fang Yuan. This was his defensive immortal killer move. Anything that hit the light shield, be it life forms or killer moves, would freeze in time. Break it! Feng Gu and Xing Yuan shouted together. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever erupted with powerful attacks, targeting Bing Sai Chuan's light shield. But any killer move that landed on it froze in time. At once, there was a myriad of colorful attacks surrounding the light shield. It was a dazzling sight. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he sustained the shield. Even though he had rank 8 peak battle strength in this formation, Time Path was suppressed. At the same time, he was facing the attack of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals and 2 Immortal Gu houses. It was not easy. Fang Yuan obtained this prime opportunity. He dispelled immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Emperor Yama. At this point in the battle, he finally obtained a chance to change his battle tactic. Feng Gu and Xing Yuan had rich battle experiences. They did not give Fang Yuan any opportunity to change his transformation. He was often interrupted. After becoming Emperor Yama, Fang Yuan started to use his killer moves. His aura surged rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Gu and Xing Yuan had solemn expressions. They were very alert. At this point, Fang Yuan finally had the time to unleash his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Be careful. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he dispelled his defensive killer move, moving forward. Without obstruction, the frozen attacks from earlier struck towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan stood in front and paved a way for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held on to Luo Pasil as he waited in anticipation. He charged towards Fang Yuan while enduring the attacks. Fang Yuan quickly retreated while Feng Gu went around, trying to attack Fang Yuan from the rear. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly. He flew up and shot Luo Pasil towards the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. The huge formation stopped working. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly felt the pressure lifting. Swoosh swoosh. Large amounts of water from the river of time gushed into the formation. Immediately after, with cracking noises, river suppression Lotus ceiling formation disintegrated piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core Immortal Gu. How did he deduce it? Boom. Feng Jiuji's attack landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on destroying the formation. He could only endure Feng Jiuji's ferocious attack. Even in Emperor Yama form, Fang Yuan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Large numbers of soul path Gu worms died, and multiple Immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battle environment changed rapidly. Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan obtained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while. The river suppression Lotus ceiling formation had about 1/3 of its original size left. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were desperately holding on, but the formation was just a step away from destruction. They had no hope left. Cover me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan used the ball-shaped light shield, protecting Fang Yuan as he dispelled Emperor Yama, turning into the immemorial year monkey again. Cover me. Feng Gu shouted the same thing. Fang Yuan and the 2 Immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Gu immediately. Immortal Killer Move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Gu took a huge risk and successfully summoned the #1 wind in the world. Bing Sai Chuan broke out in sweat as he shouted to Fang Yuan. Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. Let's retreat. But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not target the defensive shield. It attacked the Stone Lotus Island. Under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, the Stone Lotus Island was devoured by the winds of assimilation. The fragments were assimilated into wind. The winds of assimilation became larger and larger. If anyone tried to get onto the island, they would have to face this world-destroying wind. Feng Gu. Bing Sai Chuan was furious and anxious. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. If we cannot get it, neither will you. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. Chapter 1697. Neither victory nor defeat. The winds of assimilation ravaged in the river of time. When Feng Gu used assimilation wind song, there were sounds of howling winds. But when the actual winds of assimilation started blowing, it became extremely quiet. There was no sound at all. The quiet winds of assimilation made every Gu immortal present feel a chill down their spine. The Stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation until it completely vanished. The winds grew larger and larger, multiple times its initial size after devouring the Stone Lotus Island. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of water was assimilated into wind, the entire river of time did not budge. It had lost a completely negligible amount of water. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, against the river of time, it was too small, like a tiny insect on a bull. All the Gu immortals and Immortal Gu houses had to steer clear of the winds of assimilation. Feng Gu was no exception. The Stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Earlier when he wanted to get on the island, he was repelled by its protection force. To think that it was completely helpless against the winds of assimilation. Don't tell me this formation played a role in suppressing the Stone Lotus Island earlier? Or was the island already at its limit, so it could not block the winds of assimilation? Fang Yuan watched as the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation continued to break apart. Feng Gu also had a heavy feeling. Even though he destroyed the Stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritances, Heavenly Court had paid a huge price in manpower and resources. They managed to find a Stone Lotus Island after so much work, and trapped it using the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. But to think that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to obstruct them. Feng Gu had no choice but to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. All of their hard work had been wasted. But nobody could blame him for his actions, because it was necessary. After the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation got hit by Luo Pasil, it was definitely going to break apart. Once the formation breaks, Feng Gu and Fang Yuan would be forced to return to the Immortal Gu house. This way, Heavenly Court side would lose their battle strength. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan would be like fish in water in this river of time. Without the formation restraining them, their battle strength would surge. The enemy was strong while they were weaker. Feng Gu had no confidence in continuing the struggle. Fang Yuan would obtain the Stone Lotus Island eventually. Thus, When there was still a chance, he decided to cut his losses short by destroying the stone Lotus Island. Such resolution. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not hide his praise. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply, showing a dejected look. He was hoping to find some way to destroy Fate Gu from the Red Lotus true inheritance. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the key spring Autumn Cicada, the stone Lotus Island was already destroyed. He was very disappointed. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained one true inheritance in secret. Fang Yuan was obviously not going to tell Longevity Heaven about this. Even Heavenly Court was in the dark. Rumble. With a chain of loud explosions, the heavily damaged river suppression Lotus ceiling formation broke. Most of the Immortal Gu were destroyed, while the Gu Immortals controlling the formation died one by one. One river water moved in as huge waves were formed. The river of time was restored to normal. Let's retreat. Feng Gu gritted his teeth as he spoke. The battle was not in Heavenly Court's favor. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, they would not win. Feng Gu and the rest were not Time Path Gu Immortals. They could only hide in the Immortal Gu houses, relying on them to fight. And these Time Path Immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had one rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house, Heavenly Court would have a chance of victory. Even though Heavenly Court had immense foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, they no longer had any Time Path rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even though they created 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, they were only rank 7. Heavenly Court did not have the ability to create a rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house in such a short period of time. Actually, Fairy Ziwei's arrangements were not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and modified most of his killer moves, while also raising the rank of his Immortal Gu, his increase in battle strength did not make this battle any easier. Fang Yuan alone could not obtain this Red Lotus true inheritance. Heavenly Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed 88 True Yang building. There was deep enmity between Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. This was not just simple hatred. Fang Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. He destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements, the pride and glory of the Huang Jin tribes. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on revenge and cooperated with Fang Yuan. Is this because of Bing Sichuan? Feng Gu returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sichuan, frowning. Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal Gu houses were retreating rapidly. Fang Yuan roared. He turned into the immemorial year monkey and chased after them. Bing Sichuan fought side by side with him. The two had powerful and ferocious attacks. They aimed at Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal Gu houses. Even though there were 3 rank 8s on Heavenly Court's side, they could only defend, resist attacks, and escape. Present and past pavilion finally broke out of Bing Sichuan's killer move. It quickly flew out of the river of time, appearing above the surface. The 3 Xuanzi were very angry. They wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but they saw that the 3 Heavenly Court Immortal Gu houses were escaping. The river suppression Lotus ceiling formation had broken up. The rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the formation had almost all died. The remaining few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from dying. Quickly retreat. Feng Gu transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped as they quickly joined the group and escaped. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling Year and Gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 Immortal Gu houses were very sturdy. They defended each other and were hard to catch. But Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan got stronger as they fought. In this river of time, their battle strength was far above their usual standards. The tributary of the river of time is close by. We are about to escape. Qing Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Want to leave? Not so easy. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, shortening their distance. All of you retreat. We will block them. The 3 Xuanzi were resolved to die. They stayed behind along with the tattered present and past pavilion. As the 3 Xuanzi stalled for time desperately, the other 3 Immortal Gu houses managed to escape through the tributary of the river of time. Present and past pavilion was completely destroyed. The 3 Xuanzi died as well. Fang Yuan was filled with regret that he did not capture any rank 8 Gu Immortal. This was a really good chance. Fang Yuan did not want to chase after them. In the outside world, Feng Gu and the rest could fight normally. He swept through the battlefield and collected the immortal apertures, annexing them. Bing Sichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not move. They watched by the side. There were quite a few rank 7 Gu Immortals who died. They did not have qualification to join Heavenly Court, so they still retained their rank 7 immortal apertures. Fang Yuan annexed them and made great gains. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After a while, Fang Yuan suggested. Longevity Heaven had displayed their fullest sincerity in the battle over Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal, to prevent Heavenly Court from repairing Fake Gu. If Heavenly Court obtained the complete Fake Gu, they would regain their former glory. They would threaten the other 4 regions. After staying for a while in the River of Time, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan confirmed that the Red Lotus true inheritance was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain it, they had managed to stop Heavenly Court from getting it. This result was neither defeat nor victory. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they heard that the commotion in Eastern Sea was over. The outcome had been determined. The eventual victor of this battle over Dragon Palace was Duke Long. Duke Long had incredible battle strength. He suppressed the Eastern Sea rank 8s. Afterwards, Heavenly Court's new member, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chun, he went there with an Immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Yang Jun suddenly turned to help Duke Long, allowing him to successfully suppress the rank 8 Immortal Gu house and keep it. But Duke Long suffered heavy injuries as a result. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s stopped holding back. They used their trump cards. But it was already too late. After getting the Immortal Gu house, Duke Long left immediately without second thought. To think that this rank 8 lone Immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Heavenly Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head continuously. He was once a lone immortal too, but he had become a member of Longevity Heaven now. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might have been Heavenly Court's spy in Eastern Sea from the start. Fang Yuan thought of Prince Feng Xian in Northern Plains. He was a spy implanted into Northern Plains from the start. His identity had not been exposed. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan for a moment, deciding to continue keeping this as a secret. Chapter 1698. Slaughter begins Central Continent Regional Wall. Go, quickly go. Catch up. Don't break away from the group. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground tore open, like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour people. Ah, save me. Amidst cries and screams, a small group of people at the back fell into the earth trench. Most of them were smashed to bits. Those that luckily survived would also die eventually. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was a young man who had just become a rank 2 Gu master. He was showing a flustered expression now. His primeval essence had already dried up. Oh no. Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu master. He was covered in sweat now. He was already trying his best, using his killer move to not only move himself, but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping ran out of primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective on him. By then, Zhang Ping would become very slow. Zhang Quan would be helpless as he watched his son fall into the abyss. What should I do? Zhang Quan was helpless and anxious. He regretted his decision deeply. If he had known this, he would not have brought his son to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He had considered this because of his son's refinement path talent. He wanted to train his ability and gain more knowledge. But to think that they encountered an earth vein tremor while crossing the regional wall. Right when Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were despairing, the sight in front of them cleared up. Zhang Quan was dazed before reacting. They had passed Central Continent's regional wall. They had arrived in Central Continent. Because of earth vein tremors, other than causing lots of earth trenches, Gu materials, and Gu worms to appear, the 5 regions' regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, Gu masters needed less than half the time to cross 2 regions' regional walls compared to before. But so what? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping was out of primeval essence and stamina. Zhang Quan had to carry him. But because of this, their speed was very slow. They were almost about to get devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shot towards them as the remaining Gu masters were all brought into the sky. The earth trench parted below their feet. Soon, a huge and unfathomably deep abyss formed below them. Only until they landed on the periphery of the earth trench did the mystical light enveloping these Gu masters disappear. What is going on? Who saved us? Such an incredible method. I'm afraid it has to be a great Gu immortal who saved all of us. The Gu masters were all extremely excited from surviving that. They started talking among themselves. Above the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley Gu immortal smiled kindly as he retreated his gaze from these Gu masters. The Gu immortal flew rapidly, patrolling the area. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention had begun. Many Gu masters had been coming here for the last few days from the other 4 regions. The Gu Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a compulsory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. Many Gu Immortals received the same mission as him. These were all members of the 10 great ancient sects, some independent sects, or even slave Gu Immortals captured by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as lone Immortals close to the 10 sections. This time, Heavenly Court held the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Security was extremely strict. It was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group was luckily saved by the Gu Immortal, retaining their lives. After getting into Central Continent, they rested for a while before going to the closest sign-up spot. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had many sign-up spots. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. Few days later, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping arrived at Scorpion Needle sect with some Gu masters that had similar objectives. This was an ordinary sect. Its specialty was in raising Gu that resembled scorpions. They were most famous for Scorpion Needle Gu. This was an offensive Gu worm. Once used, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The needles were sharp and fast. They were poisonous and hard to deal with. Scorpion Needle sect had already made the arrangements. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall. It was packed with people. A large portion were Central Continent locals. The remaining were like them, who had come from the Western region. Scorpion Needle sect was situated near Western Desert. Many Western Desert Gu masters came here to sign up. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention always attracted countless Gu masters to participate. This time was no exception. Following the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought into a hall for assessment. The test only had 4 questions. It was not easy, but not hard either. The test was regarding basic skills. Any Gu master with enough experience can pass. Those who were trying their luck would be eliminated to save on resources and manpower. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping passed the test without any unexpected surprises. They successfully signed up. After getting out of the hall, they held a token each. The token recorded the participant's name, sect, path, and the time and location of his test. When a Gu master signs up, their names could be fake. Their paths and sects could also be kept secret. Because of this, during every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, a large number of lone cultivators, demonic path members, and even Gu immortals would join while concealing their identity. 100 primeval stones per person signing up. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept his token as he said grudgingly. So you must perform well this time. Don't waste our investment. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping with a gaze of anticipation. Yes. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh yes, father. I saw that many Central Continent Gu masters signed up directly. They did not need to take the test. Zhang Quan smiled. These people had gotten a certain position in the previous convention. They are able to join it directly now. Father, didn't you get a placing yourself in the last convention? Why do you have to pay again? Zhang Ping did not understand. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent person. Only Central Continent Gu masters have this treatment. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly favoritism towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping soon accepted it. This was Central Continent's territory after all. The convention was also held in Central Continent. What's wrong with helping their own people? And this was not unfair either, because this test only looked at the basics. Any Gu master with Refinement Path attainment could pass it. The Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. In Heavenly Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move as he paid attention to the situation in Central Continent. His face was still pale now. His injuries sustained from obtaining Dragon Palace had not healed. This Refinement Path Convention will be very crucial. O Red Lotus, do you know? After this convention, Fate Gu will be fully restored. Duke Long's eyes became dazed as scenes of the past surfaced in his mind. Spring Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such a heretical Immortal Gu. Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of this, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I've already said it before, I want to revive them. Let everything start over again. You. Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting. He was shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. Master, scold me if you want, beat me if you want, but I will. Never give up. Duke Long looked at Hong Ting angrily. He did not scold him. Instead, he sighed after a long while of silence. Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try. I won't stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that countless failures can wake you up. Many days later. Master, Hong Ting was covered in injuries, but he was extremely excited. He came before Duke Long. I finally found the only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely change fate. How can that be possible? Duke Long did not believe him at all. I am relying on this, Love Gu. I had obtained inspiration from the legends of Rinzu. It says that love is a type of fate. In that case, love can definitely change fate. Hong Ting said in increasing excitement. Duke Long was extremely furious and shocked. Heresy, blasphemy. Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are a righteous path, immortal venerable. You want to change history. Do you know that such actions will have an unimaginably bad effect? Oh, Master. Hong Ting raised his head, looking at Duke Long with glimmering eyes. You still don't understand? Understand what? Times have changed. The hearts of the people have changed too. Our generation does not need restrictions. Two before Hong Ting finished his words, Duke Long shouted. Enough. You actually said Fate Gu is a form of restriction? Hong Ting, enough is enough. At this rate, you will fall into the demonic path. I do not want to exterminate you in the name of justice. Breathing in deeply, Duke Long regained clarity in his eyes. His memories were kept away, but Duke Long still had a sense of guilt left in him. Oh, Red Lotus, you did not understand after all. Duke Long muttered. No matter how times change, Fate Gu will always be the protector of humanity. You are disregarding the big picture of humanity for your personal selfish goals. I failed in my teachings. You are my disciple. As your master, I will atone for your mistakes. I do not have much time left, but it is fine. I just need to wait until Fate Gu is repaired. I will not allow anyone to ruin this refinement path convention. Boom. At the same time, Scorpion Needle Sect erupted with an intense explosion. Countless Gu masters who participated in the refinement path convention died or got injured. As dust clouds settled, an ancient desolate year snake hissed in the rubble of Scorpion Needle Sect. Watching the ancient year snake slaughter more Gu masters, Fang Yuan left with a cold smile. Using an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, he left for the next location. Heavenly Court wanted to repair fate. They had to hold the refinement path convention to gain success down marks. How could Fang Yuan allow them to succeed so easily? A merciless slaughter had begun. Chapter 1699. Attacking Everywhere Unification Sect was one of the sign-up locations of the Refinement Path Convention. It was filled with people as well. The Refinement Path Convention is about to start. To think that I would get a second chance in this lifetime. Thank the heavens. A middle-aged Gu master sighed deeply. The Gu masters nearby recognized him as they started to talk among themselves. Quickly look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Shang. He had lost in the previous Refinement Path Convention due to some accident. It seems he wants to compete again. Normally, the Refinement Path Convention is held once in 100 years. Luo Shang was not supposed to have a chance. But to think that 10 years later, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again. The middle-aged Gu master heard their discussions as he kept a peaceful expression. He was way beyond the age of vanity. He just wanted to prove himself now. My opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I worked very hard during this period, Central Continent is too huge. The 5 regions have countless geniuses. And even at this spot, there are already many new talents. The middle-aged Gu master looked around, focusing his attention on 3 Gu masters. One was an old man that had been reputed for many years. He was also a refinement path master. Another was a young man, and the last one was a young girl. The former had performed well in the previous convention, while the latter was a rising star that had emerged in the last 10 years. This refinement path convention is still going to be that intense. I must make good use of this opportunity. I cannot fail anymore. I will prove myself. I will let my wife and children be proud. Boom. At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire hall to ruins. The middle-aged Gu master's grand ambitions vanished into thin air. The young Gu master with a great future, the genius young girl who was highly thought of died pathetically on the spot. Her bones and flesh were mashed together. Even her corpse could not be seen clearly. On to the next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flickered and vanished. This was the 15th spot that he had attacked. Central Continent lost many Gu masters. These were just mortal Gu masters. How could they handle the ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 Gu immortals might not be able to face these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan slaughtered these Gu masters mercilessly. He created lots of bloodshed. More and more talented Gu masters were killed. Even Heavenly Court was feeling heartache. This demon Fang Yuan, he is truly evil and vicious. He came to cause trouble after all. Damn it. Are we going to watch and do nothing? Lady Ziwei, I wonder if... Fairy Ziwei shook her head. Fang Yuan is very vigilant. He only sent out ancient year beasts each time to attack. Even though he slaughtered many Gu masters and caused great chaos, he rarely attacked personally. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is truly deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he would leave behind, and the more easily we can find him. It is very hard for me to locate him. I will need more clues and even more time. But how can he have so many ancient year beasts? Some Gu immortals frowned. According to Southern Border's information, Xiacha had a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. He should have used this to capture so many year beasts. Fairy Ziwei said. Even though her expression was calm, she was filled with rage. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, yet he attacked these mortals without restraint. He was really bullying the weak and was simply too shameless. He had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu immortals would not do this. This was the tacit consensus among Gu immortals, but Fang Yuan broke it without concern. This Fang Yuan is truly the greatest plague to all life forms in this world. Fairy Ziwei was furious while feeling sadness for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more life forms he would harm and kill. One Duke Long was truly calm. His heart was like a tranquil lake. Good. Fang Yuan showed up. Didn't we expect this to happen? Follow our plan. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we must repair Fake Gu. Duke Long was immensely determined. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals heard his orders and realized nothing in this world could affect Duke Long's determination. Fang Yuan was a real problem. Heavenly Court could not ignore him. They had a plan already. Several days later, the people who were in deep fear of Fang Yuan's assaults received accurate proof and information. All evidence pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. Everyone was extremely riled up. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu Immortal. There really are immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this immense hatred. Even rank 5s are just ants if they do not become Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan is evidently trying to ruin the Refinement Path Convention. For the sake of my life, I'm not going. Go? Why not? If we do not go, wouldn't we fall into that Fang Yuan scheme? That's right. Even though I am a mortal Gu Master and will not be Fang Yuan's match, to avenge my wife's death, I will even give up my life. I will not let this demon Fang Yuan succeed. Some were fearful, some felt emotional, some backed out, while some became determined. Time passed. Days went by. The Refinement Path Convention continued. Fang Yuan was all alone, but Central Continent had many sign-up locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not eliminate every Gu Master that went, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Especially when Heavenly Court made arrangements after Fang Yuan's attacks, they sent out missions to countless Gu Masters to move around and distribute tokens to other participants of the tests. This way, the participants in Central Continent became dispersed. Nobody went to sign-up locations. Fang Yuan's slaughter became very inefficient. Even though Fang Yuan tried, more than 10,000 Gu Masters died in his hands, but he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The sign-up phase was over. The true competition had already started. Oh, Fang Yuan appeared at a place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when he suddenly frowned. Where are you going, Fang Yuan? Die. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a glance at him. He did not want to fight. He used his killer move to escape. Central Continent's Gu Immortals have been getting faster and faster recently. Is it because I've used fixed Immortal Travel's killer move too frequently? They have already deduced it? Even so, they seem to be able to detect where I would show up. What is this investigative method? Time path. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from the previous place. But his expression was grim. He sensed acutely that 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Heavenly Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, known as People's Accusation. Ha ha ha. Demon, did you think of this? The more people you kill, the more hatred you gather. These mortal Gu Masters' hatred will continuously track you down. The 3 rank 8s arrived before Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared above Fang Yuan, using an Immortal Battlefield to trap him. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's Rumor Cage is truly the Battlefield Killer Move. With the fastest activation time, even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, we finally trapped Fang Yuan. Inside Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was extremely excited. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined brightly. Lord Duke Long, the chance is rare. I recommend that you act personally to eliminate this Fang Yuan now. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is nothing but a troublemaker. Repairing Fake Gu is the important thing now. It is not time for me to act. 2. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei wanted to speak more, but suddenly, her expression changed. At this instant, Central Continent's areas, especially those that were holding refinement competitions, were targeted with Gu Immortal level attacks. In fact, not only refinement competition locations, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu Immortals. They were looted. Even infallible Blessed Land is being attacked. Fairy Ziwei's expression was grim. She could not believe it. There are actually so many Gu Immortals targeting us. Chapter 1700. Rumors become tigers. Fang Yuan floated in the air. It looked like he was staying motionless amidst a blizzard. Soon, thick white snow gathered on his body. But looking from afar, it seemed like he was covered in a thick fox skin coat. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Reverse Flow River was clearly dried up now. This killer move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan had Emperor Yama, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Shield, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and other defensive methods. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for some time, they were eliminated long ago. Purple Thought Light Shield was Purple Mountain True Monarch's method. It had defended against Duke Long's fists in battle earlier. It was quite useful. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move and did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial Immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was originally Fang Yuan's method. It was used for some time. Even though the core Immortal Gu was now rank 7, a rank 7 method was useless now. Divination Tortoise Transformation was considered a defensive method, but similarly, the ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise was useless in a rank 8 battle. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin, being designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was used to defend against Wisdom Path methods. Emperor Yama Killer Move, which combined Ghostly Concealment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghost Official Garment, had incredible defense. It could be used in rank 8 battles. But its defensive was still lower than Winter Coat. Emperor Yama was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. By using the Yama children, it could even fight against a group. Meanwhile, Winter Coat focused on defense. After Fang Yuan annexed Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, his time path down marks increased in numbers drastically to being his highest path. Winter Coat's power was greatly amplified. And most crucially, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defense was even better than before. While he could not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat was Fang Yuan's new replacement. Bam bam bam. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan furiously. He did not dodge. He used Winter Coat Killer Move to block all of the attacks. What killer move is this? It seems like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How can this be? Xia Cha's Winter Coat is not like this. The 3 rank 8s had varying expressions as they conversed secretly. They were very shocked by Winter Coat's defense. Next, they placed all their attention on Zhou Xiong Xin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhou Xiong Xin was different. He was a recently awakened Heavenly Court member. Zhou Xiong Xin had already activated his Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. In this environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only Information Path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat Killer Move was suppressed, but the other 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. As the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiong Xin, Fang Yuan was also assessing this Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. Rumor Cage consisted of many silver text and characters. These characters were large as horse carriages or small as ants. They weaved together into a huge ball, enveloping Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between characters, the round ball seemed to be connected with the outside world. It was not completely shut off. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Inside the sovereign Immortal Aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. He was trying to deduce the mysteries of this immortal battlefield. But regarding Information Path, Fang Yuan was not skilled in it. If this was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use his time path and refinement path quasi-supreme attainment levels to deduce it immediately. But against Information Path, he lacked the attainment. He could only deduce it using the light of wisdom forcefully. Undoubtedly, it was wise that Heavenly Court sent out Information Path Gu Immortal Zhou Xiong Xin to deal with Fang Yuan. If this was any other Gu Immortal that Fang Yuan has met before, he would be prepared with specialized methods. But this was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing Zhou Xiong Xin. Zhou Xiong Xin wore a white robe. He had a square face with an air of righteousness. His body was quite muscular. Those who could become Heavenly Court members were elite experts among rank 8s. Forget about the rest. Just that rumor cage alone was incredibly profound. It could be activated rapidly and was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped, don't think of leaving alive. You committed so much slaughter, so many innocent lives died in your hands. Now, you will experience the bad karma that you have created. Zhou Xiong Xin said in a righteous tone. His aura burst out as he used 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal Killer Move, Malicious Rumors. Immortal Killer Move, Rumors Become Tigers. Instantly, the silver characters in the cage started to shine in a dazzling light. The dense light flowed like water, moving in the air as it gathered and swirled. Next, from the silvery light, silver tigers emerged. The tigers attacked as Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, facing them. Strength Path, Giant Hand. One Fang Yuan rushed to the silver tigers as he attacked, but the giant hand only lasted for a moment before it broke. Fang Yuan's brows rose. The silver tigers had great battle strength. Immortal Killer Move, Spring Scissors. The jade-green scissors flew out with great agility. Wherever it went, the scissors snipped as tiger heads fell. Tigers were cut into halves, and their corpses faded into silver light that flickered and scattered. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes flashed with a different light, he thought. It is different from our intel. After the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors seems to be modified again. It has grown more powerful. Zhou Xiong Xian was an information path Gu Immortal. He could rapidly gather information about any change or unusualness. Spring Scissors' killer move had not been modified for hundreds of years in Xiacha's hands. But Fang Yuan could constantly modify it? Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level really so high? Or maybe his time path attainment level is very high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify. Zhou Xiong Xian was secretly shocked. Even though he was still under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move still slaughtered countless silver tigers like they were thin paper. But Zhou Xiong Xian did not fluster. The battle is under my control. Slowly, you will see my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiong Xian laughed to himself secretly. A moment later, Fang Yuan frowned subtly. The silver tigers are endless. It is clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many I kill, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are growing stronger. Strange. Normally, methods like these silver tigers are meant to expend the enemy's reserves through advantage in numbers. But these silver tigers were growing stronger at a rapid rate. It was far beyond normality. Earlier, Spring Scissors' killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed slow. Not only did the silver tigers grow stronger, they were much tougher and more agile now. They often managed to escape from Spring Scissors, causing it to miss its target. At this time, the Time Path clone finally made some useful deductions. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong Xian as he spoke. So that's it. This is the unification of information path and human path methods. You are using the grudge of the whole of Central Continent's mortals to display this move? Similar to the People's Accusation killer move earlier. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan actually discovered the profundity of this move so quickly, it was truly shocking. Since you found out, there is no point hiding it. Indeed, this move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It uses the will of Central Continent's people. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people. Everyone is furious. One mortal might be weak, but what about countless mortals? Their collective power is beyond your imagination. Thus, continue to struggle. You cannot defeat the unified will of every person. This is the bad karma that you gathered. This is simply just desserts. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to attack Rumor Cage itself. But before he found out the mysteries of this immortal battlefield, even if he used Luo Pasil, there would be little effect. He would be wasting rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely in a certain immortal formation or immortal battlefield. I can barely sense him anymore. Our connection is about to be broken. Shen Tsongsheng said. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, the first supreme elder of Super Force Shen clan. He cultivated Sound Path. When Fang Yuan went after Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, he had been hit by this investigative method unknowingly. Now, even though he was inside Rumor Cage, Shen Tsongsheng could still sense Fang Yuan's whereabouts slightly. Brother Shen's investigative methods are truly admirable. At his side, Song Chi Yuan said with a deep sigh, "Back in the days, I was hit by your investigative methods. It was truly a nightmare." Haha. Shen Tsongsheng laughed loudly. "We were still young. To think that you managed to steal the inheritance secretly, causing us to end up with no gains despite our hard work. It is expected that Fang Yuan would obstruct the Refinement Path Convention. He has deep enmity with Heavenly Court after all. Indeed, even years ago, he was already fighting with Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven by exposing secrets of both sides. Heavenly Court wants to repair fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he would not want them to succeed. Heavenly Court would have too great of an advantage after all. The surrounding Gu Immortals also spoke. Some had cold and indifferent expressions. Taking a look, these were all rank 8 Gu Immortals. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Shen Tsongsheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented gathering. Alright, isn't this situation good? Fang Yuan is also a problem. With him resisting and fighting Heavenly Court, we will have less issues here. Dragon Palace is nearby. There is no mistake. Shen Tsongsheng led the way as he moved ahead of the group. It turned out that because Duke Long snatched the rank 8 Immortal Gu house from these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals, they had lost their face. Thus, during this Refinement Path Convention, these people gathered secretly. They wanted to obtain Dragon Palace and salvage their reputation.